Chapter 9:13. In a mountain range that was rarely visited by humans, a human figure swiftly fell from the sky in front of a huge cave. After which, he landed heavily on the ground. Although his figure appeared a little miserable, his strength was also terrifyingly powerful. The ground where he landed formed a huge pit. At the bottom of the pit, a human figure wearing a black robe was half kneeling. Only after the frightening force on his body was removed did the human figure stand up while panting. Roar! Human, leave this place. Just as the human figure stood up, a huge beast roar that was filled with enmity was transmitted from deep within the cave in front of him. The roar was like thunder as it rolled over. It blew up a thick cloud of dust that swept toward the human figure in the pit. Just as the cloud of dust was about to attack, a cool breeze suddenly rose around the human figure. It swept the cloud of dust into the air and agglomerated into the shape of a long dragon that suddenly exploded in the distance. The human figure lifted his face. A pair of dark black eyes looked toward the deepest part of the cave. His gaze was calm. Xiao Yan's pale face carried an exhausted expression. After the repeated big battles, his body's recovery ability had increased significantly. However, the great exhaustion of his dou qi and physical strength had caused Xiao Yan to descend into a weak state. Now, he urgently needed to find a quiet place to recover. However, before this, he needed to retrieve something. His footsteps did not pause as Xiao Yan walked directly toward the interior of the cave. Within it, the magical beast that had let out a furious roar was also angered by Xiao Yan's actions. Insignificant human, you actually dare to be presumptuous here. You are seeking death. A rough and heavy beast roar was transmitted from deep within the cave. Soon after, a fierce douqi wave surged out from deep within the cave. Xiao Yan directly ignored it. His black robe did not move and his footsteps were as steady as usual. Soon after, an enormous beast appeared in front of Xiao Yan with heavy footsteps. Swoosh! However, without waiting for the enormous beast to do anything, Xiao Yan flicked his finger. A purple gold figure immediately shot out. It was as steady as a cannonball as it forced the enormous beast back. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain above Xiao Yan's head suddenly shook violently. The huge body of the giant beast was actually deeply smashed into the mountain. Bang, 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 immediately after, a few more explosive sounds rang out. It sounded like fists hitting flesh, and the dull sound of collision made people feel a burst of pain. Amidst the muffled collisions, miserable roars could be heard. From this, one could tell how much pain the giant beast was in. With a thought, the sounds of collisions in the depths of the cave finally stopped. Then, there was the sound of rushing wind, and the Northern King quickly returned to Xiao Yan's side. Xiao Yan's footsteps did not stop. Only when he arrived at the side of the huge beast did he stop. He turned his head to take a look. At this moment, the huge beast was embedded into the mountain with its body covered in wounds. Soft painful cries repeatedly sounded. It's just a superficial wound. He won't die, right? Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as he spoke in a flat tone. Hearing this, the giant beast's body couldn't help but tremble. Although the voice sounded harmless, after seeing how powerful the Northern King was, it was terrified. The giant beast's body gradually shrank. Then, it turned into the appearance of a middle-aged man. However, the man's face was bruised and swollen. He lowered his head, not daring to look at the person in front of him. My lord, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please, alright, I don't want to waste my breath with you. If you want to live, then go out and stand guard. Don't let anyone come near. Also, I'll borrow your muscle cleansing powder. After quickly instructing, Xiao Yan entered the depths of the cave without any hesitation. When the middle-aged man heard Xiao Yan's words, he stood there in a daze for a long while. His heart instantly sank. However, in the end, under Xiao Yan's powerful pressure, he left the cave with a heart full of grievances. However, he didn't dare to escape alone, so he could only obediently stand guard at the entrance. He was helpless. First, someone had barged into his cave, then he was beaten up for no reason. Now, he was even asking for his things. Who could accept such a thing? If it weren't for the fact that the other party's strength was suppressing him, he would have fought with his life on the line. However, for the sake of survival, he endured it in the end. Life was like this. Painful blows would always appear in front of you at the most unexpected moment. You wouldn't be able to make any preparations. However, this was the price of survival. In the depths of the cave, Xiao Yan directly came to a seemingly inconspicuous giant rock in the cave. He ordered the Northern King to move the giant rock away. Immediately, a giant stone pool appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Within the stone pool, there was a pile of white powder that looked like lime. As the giant rock was moved away, a strange smell wafted out from within. Smelling the strange smell in the air, Xiao Yan's face didn't reveal any strange expression. Instead, a tinge of surprise flashed across the depths of his eyes. This muscle cleansing powder was much more than what he had expected. As such, it was sufficient for his needs. After the repeated big battles, Xiao Yan's fighting strength might have risen quite a lot during this process, but the injuries all over his body were extremely shocking. Forget about the external injuries, but the damage to his internal organs required a period of time to recover. Other than this, the chi paths in Xiao Yan's body had also suffered quite a great amount of damage during the big battle earlier. This was not something that could be easily recovered by relying on his body's recovery ability alone. Xiao Yan might have some medicinal pills that could repair his chi paths, but due to the tier being too low, they could not be of any use. Hence, he had come all the way to this place. Just like its name, the muscle cleansing powder had the miraculous effect of cleansing one's meridians and marrow. The medicinal properties contained within could be integrated into one's meridians and bones, strengthening one's physique and increasing one's overall toughness. Many elixirs that were used to expand one's meridians would often use the muscle cleansing powder as the main ingredient. Of course, that effect could only be achieved after Xiao Yan refined it into an elixir. Before that, its effects were limited to repairing and increasing the toughness of one's meridians. However, with Xiao Yan's current situation, it was obviously impossible to refine it into an elixir. Therefore, he could only choose to directly swallow it and refine it. With no other choice, Xiao Yan did not hesitate at all. He opened his mouth and a suction force immediately gushed out. A large clump of powder was sucked into Xiao Yan's mouth. Immediately after, it was like a large clump of sand as Xiao Yan swallowed it with great difficulty. The instant the muscle cleansing powder entered Xiao Yan's body, the powder rapidly transformed into a strange yellow-brown energy. It began to flow in all directions within Xiao Yan's body. As the enormous energy continued to flow, it even affected the injuries in Xiao Yan's body that had yet to recover. This caused the latter's face to involuntarily twitch violently. Tightly clenching his teeth, Xiao Yan forcefully endured the waves of pain that were transmitted from his body. He began to mobilize the heavenly flame within the vortex, driving the milky white energy to the various meridians in his body. Only then did he use the heavenly flame to slowly refine it. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 9:14. Under Xiao Yan's slow refinement, the powder of the muscle washing powder actually started to burn within the heavenly flame. The impurities within it were continuously removed under the refinement of the heavenly flame, little by little turning into a milky white viscous liquid that covered the chi paths all over Xiao Yan's body. When the viscous liquid covered the chi paths, it was different from the heavenly flame. It actually emitted a temperature that Xiao Yan found unbearable. It was as if it was grilling Xiao Yan's entire body, causing the latter's face to involuntarily contort. His flushed red face appeared to be in quite a lot of pain. His teeth repeatedly emitted a chi sound of grinding teeth, which sounded quite ear-piercing. However, as time slowly passed, the chi paths in Xiao Yan's body also slowly recovered under the medicinal strength of the viscous liquid. Not only did his chi paths completely recover, their toughness was even greater than before. In this way, regardless of whether it was for Xiao Yan's future battles or the mobilization of his dou qi, there was no doubt that it would be of great benefit. Indeed, it was bitter before sweet. If one did not experience pain and suffering, how could one possess strength that far exceeded that of an ordinary person? Every matter that Xiao Yan did seemed to repeatedly prove this principle. As for Xiao Yan himself, he was also repeatedly cleansed by this kind of pain time and time again. Only by experiencing the most bitter of hardships would one be able to rise above others. This was the unchanging way of the strong since ancient times. This process continued for a total of 2 days. During these 2 days, Xiao Yan continuously challenged the limits of his endurance, repeatedly swallowing and refining the muscle-washing powder. In the blink of an eye, the originally huge rock pool actually gradually reached the bottom under Xiao Yan's crazy swallowing and refining. It could be said that it was shocking. After a long period of swallowing and refining, Xiao Yan seemed to have developed a certain level of resistance to the pain brought about by the muscle-cleansing powder. Unknowingly, the power of the muscle-cleansing powder seemed to have become less terrifying. Even Xiao Yan's originally flushed face gradually turned dull. Only when the last bit of muscle-cleansing powder had been used up did Xiao Yan wake up from a dream. He didn't expect that the muscle-cleansing powder had been used up by him. He had used up all the muscle-cleansing powder that the fellow outside had stored up for God knows how many years. In the depths of the cave that was filled with fluorescent light, Xiao Yan curled his lips awkwardly. He didn't expect that the ending would turn out like this. After all, this was a place that had been painstakingly managed for who knows how many years. Now that he had turned it into such a state, even with Xiao Yan's thick skin, he couldn't help but feel slightly hot. Awkwardly rubbing his nose, Xiao Yan stood up and easily placed the huge rock back to its original position. Soon after, he walked out with a thick face. When he reached the entrance of the cave, Xiao Yan discovered that the middle-aged man was absent-mindedly sitting on the edge of the hole that he had created. His eyes were staring blankly at the empty space before him. Only when Xiao Yan arrived behind him did the latter suddenly wake up. His figure hurriedly retreated. After discovering that the person who had arrived was Xiao Yan, he hurriedly stopped his actions and bowed. "Sir, you're done." Yes," his eyes flashed as he replied. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with awkwardness. Seeing that the man seemed to want to return to the cave, his face changed greatly as he hurriedly called out to him. Under the latter's pleasantly surprised gaze, Xiao Yan smiled and gifted him a few bottles of medicinal pills and medicinal ingredients that could increase his cultivation. After that, under the middle-aged man's gaze that was filled with gratitude, Xiao Yan quickly left the place as if he was fleeing. Seeing that Xiao Yan had left quickly, the middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was also filled with joy as he returned to the cave. He did not expect that in a short few days, he would actually be able to obtain so many good things. However, when he moved the huge rock away and discovered the empty stone pool below, the smile on his face gradually froze. In the distant mountain forest, Xiao Yan could clearly hear the mournful screams coming from behind him. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to speed up and leave this place, the bloodline power in his body suddenly trembled. Buzz! In an instant, Xiao Yan's entire body froze in the air. All the hair on his body stood up. An aura that made him feel incomparably dangerous was slowly flying over his head. Swoosh! Even though his heart felt incomparably terrified, Xiao Yan still forcefully endured the bloodline power that was about to erupt within his body. He lifted his head with great difficulty. Looking from a distance, there was an enormous shadow that blotted out the sun slowly flying over the 9 heavens. It was as though the sky had suddenly changed. At this moment, the entire mountain range that he was in had become dark. However, when Xiao Yan carefully saw the enormous figure that was flying in the 9 heavens, his body trembled intensely. His body was instantly covered by cold sweat. This is, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. His heart trembled as he spat out these words. Immediately, the bloodline power within his body, which was being suppressed with all his might, actually struggled even more intensely. It had almost erupted. This bloodline power was the Dragon Phoenix bloodline that belonged to the dragon tribe. Once the Dragon Phoenix bloodline erupted, Xiao Yan had difficulty imagining just what kind of consequences it would create. Moreover, it would have a great impact on him. While Xiao Yan was doing his best to suppress the Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body in the mountain forest below, there were a couple of human figures seated on the back of the enormous bird beast in the sky. A golden-haired young man among them suddenly frowned. Just a moment ago, the bloodline power within his body seemed to have trembled slightly. That kind of trembling did not mean that it wanted to erupt. Instead, it was a strange feeling of being suppressed. What is it? Beside the golden-haired young man, a young and beautiful woman, who also had golden hair, seemed to have discovered the change in the young man's emotions. She smiled and asked. Just now, I seem to have sensed another bloodline power. The golden-haired man spoke in a solemn tone. Hearing this, the woman smiled and said, Don't forget, this is their territory. Don't forget, this is their territory now. It's normal for us to be able to sense the power of the bloodline. There's nothing to worry about. I hope so. I hope that it is just my imagination. Hearing this, the golden-haired man frowned and pondered for a moment. Only then did he withdraw his thoughts. His gaze once again looked straight ahead. Under the slow flight of the enormous bird, they flew towards the depths of the western wasteland region. Only a long time after these people had completely left did Xiao Yan, who was in the mountain forest, finally recover from the frightening pressure earlier. His mouth panted intensely as he sat down on the ground. His entire body was exhausted as though it had lost all its strength. The shock in his heart did not disappear for a long time. Chapter 9:15. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan was only left with 8 months from the 1-year deadline. 8 months was neither long nor short. In 8 months, nothing could be changed. At the same time, it was possible that everything could be overturned. The desolate desert was filled with mountains and rivers. Sand and rocks flew everywhere. The deeper one ventured into the western wastelands region, the less lush greenery one could see. The green mountains that one had seen earlier were no longer there. Even in the entire western wastelands region, such a scene was extremely rare. Strange rocks stood in great numbers within the desert, forming a huge stone forest. Although this place appeared to be desolate, due to the stone forest, it was able to withstand the evil aura within the wild wind. This caused this place to become a refuge for living creatures. At the same time, it was also a chaotic place that was filled with slaughter. At a certain spot within this stone forest, there was a relatively spacious open space. At a glance, there were a few huge magical beast corpses. Their blood had already dried up. Their huge bodies had swiftly dried up in this dry environment. The dense bloody aura that was emitted from them caused the other magical beasts within this stone forest to be terrified. Even some of the stronger magical beasts did not dare to approach this place. At this moment, a human figure wearing a black robe was seated in the middle of the open space. Beside him, a purple-gold metal body was shockingly standing. The evil aura that spread out from it caused one to tremble in fear. On the ground, the seated human figure had both of his eyes tightly shut. His breathing was coordinated as both of his hands formed a training seal. His chi method was rapidly circulating within his body, wildly absorbing the modeled energy in the world. The modeled energy in the world gathered under the tearing of the strange suction force. It agglomerated into a huge energy vortex above the human figure's head. Like a storm, it poured an endless amount of natural energy into the body of the black-robed human figure. After being refined by the heavenly flame, it transformed into threads of pure energy liquid droplets. With a flash, they entered the vortex space. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan finally slowly exited his training mode. His eyes trembled slightly, revealing a pair of dark black bright eyes under them. Feeling that his body was once again filled with energy, Xiao Yan couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. He stood up and swept his gaze across the huge corpses in front of him. He shrugged his shoulders helplessly. These demonic beasts were not supposed to die at his hands, but they seemed to be dissatisfied with the visit of a stranger like Xiao Yan. They actually attacked Xiao Yan together, but they all died tragically under the iron fists of the North King. A group of initial class Do Di was nothing in front of the current Northern King's strength. They were basically all defeated with a single punch. This further proved the strength of the strong. An ordinary elite Do Di was just like a child in front of a high-class Do Di. This principle was even more so in the eyes of an even stronger expert. After stretching his body a little, Xiao Yan once again sat cross-legged. With a flip of his palm, a transparent crystal box appeared between Xiao Yan's hands. Inside the crystal box, there was a snow-white flower with a thumb-sized circle of light purple at its core, standing there leisurely. It was the Fusang flower. Looking at the Fusang flower in his arms, Xiao Yan's calm state of mind couldn't help but become nervous. A six-petal Fusang flower. This was the first time Xiao Yan had seen such a strange situation. He had never heard of a six-petal Fusang flower. If this thing in front of him was a mutated species and he swallowed it, it would bring great harm to Xiao Yan's body. In serious cases, it might even endanger his life. This was also the reason why its original owner didn't dare to swallow it and instead put it up for auction. There were countless living things on the continent, and there was no lack of mutated species. These things were often infected by external things, which caused them to change. Take He Mu for example. He was originally a great genius of the spirit ginseng tribe, but in the end, he became bloodthirsty after being infected by external things. His goal was to devour his own kind in order to pursue his own strength. This kind of mentality was simply crazy. Xiao Yan didn't want to become like that for any reason. It was because of this that Xiao Yan was unable to make a decision as he looked at the exquisite six-petal flower in the crystal box at this moment. He clearly understood in his heart that every decision he made now was not only related to himself. Holding the crystal box in his arms, Xiao Yan temporarily descended into deep thought. His heart was hesitant. If he was able to successfully swallow and refine this Fusang flower, it would undoubtedly bring him endless benefits. By relying on the Fusang flower, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength would greatly soar. If nothing unexpected happened, it was extremely possible for him to reach the intermediate level of a rank 4 alchemist. At that time, if he were to meet the few 9-star Do Di from the Formation Master Association, Xiao Yan would not need to be afraid by relying on his various tactics. However, the problem that Xiao Yan was currently worried about was that if any unusual changes were to occur during the process of refining the Fusang flower, not only would he not be able to obtain any strength, it was extremely likely that he would lose his nature under the attack of the powerful spiritual strength of the Fusang flower. From then on, he would transform into a killing machine. In that case, everything that he had would vanish into thin air. If he succeeded, his spiritual strength would soar and his fighting strength would soar. He would be one step closer to being a true expert. However, if he failed, even if he did not die, Xiao Yan's heart would fall into darkness and he would no longer be a human. When Xiao Yan was lost in the chaotic darkness, who would rescue Sun Er? The person that Xiao Yan was most worried about was still Sun Er. Sun Er, Xiao Yan's mouth softly muttered. When he thought of the latter, his mood immediately became gloomy. The atmosphere in the space had become inexplicably oppressive. Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly shut. His originally rosy face gradually became flushed red. The emotions in his heart had also become completely gloomy. Within a short couple of breaths, Xiao Yan's sadness, anger, and hatred were like a volcano erupting angrily from the bottom of his heart. His body, which was seated cross-legged, began to tremble intensely at this moment. A wild killing intent surged out from his heart. The majestic energy within his body instantly spilled out uncontrollably. Bang! A frightening energy storm swept out in all directions with Xiao Yan at the center. In an instant, it shattered the large stone forest within 1,000 feet of Xiao Yan into a pile of rocks. The powerful energy continued to pour out. It was a long while later when Xiao Yan, whose body could not stop trembling, suddenly woke up. His tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. The wild killing intent that had gathered in the depths of his eyes also swiftly retreated like the tide. The frightening energy that was gushing out also instantly disappeared. Xiao Yan's forehead was once again covered with cold sweat. Both of his eyes were scarlet red and tears of anger were swirling in his eyes. His mouth continued to pant coarsely, as though he was enduring some kind of great pain. His appearance was quite shocking. Only after half an hour did Xiao Yan's trembling body gradually stabilize. The violent emotions in his heart slowly calmed down as if they had been vented. Xiao Yan's expression also returned to normal. However, there was an additional determined expression in his eyes. Sun Er, even if I really fall into the dark abyss, I will definitely bring you back. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 9:16. The moment these words sounded in Xiao Yan's heart, the crystal box in his chest burst apart with a bang at the same time. The fusang flower within it was exposed to the air. Buzz buzz buzz, immediately, a gentle fragrance that was like a gentle breeze immediately pounced on his face. Although the fragrance was rich, it was not pungent. Instead, after Xiao Yan inhaled this fragrance, his mind immediately shook. The soul bead between his brows, which had not swelled for a long time, actually trembled gently at this moment. Feeling the throbbing of the soul bead, Xiao Yan's heart immediately surged with joy. Just from this point alone, this fusang flower did not seem to have any bad effects on the human body. Since he had already made up his mind, Xiao Yan did not hesitate any longer. He opened his mouth and a dense white flame immediately spat out, wrapping around the fusang flower in front of him. After which, it turned into a fist-sized flame light cluster. After flashing slightly above Xiao Yan's head, it actually entered Xiao Yan's mind. Buzz buzz buzz. After entering Xiao Yan's mind, the flame light cluster stopped a short distance away from the soul bead. Soon after, waves of enormous spiritual strength surged out from the fusang flower within the light cluster, forming many invisible energy streams. Under the encirclement of the heavenly flame, they were like small snakes that surrounded the fusang flower. Huh! Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan, who was observing the fusang flower, raised his eyebrows slightly. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart. The spiritual strength that surged out from the many spiritual streams was clearly extremely pure and enormous. Xiao Yan did not doubt that he could easily refine and absorb such a level of spiritual strength. The world was actually able to give birth to such pure spiritual strength. Everything that happened here was extremely shocking. The mystery of this world was really unpredictable. Not only was it able to give birth to thousands of mysterious creatures, but even this spiritual strength, which was impossible in the eyes of ordinary people, was actually able to give birth to such a pure and enormous spiritual strength. Perhaps only the soul origin that Xiao Yan had refined in the past could compare to the purity of the soul origin. Unfortunately, although it was pure, its gentleness was far inferior to the soul origin. Hence, Xiao Xian's remnant soul was unable to devour it. The soul pearl trembled slightly and spiritual strength was separated from it. It turned into Xiao Yan's figure by the side. Immediately, with a thought, the bone-chilling flame that surrounded the hibiscus flower quietly retreated, revealing the snow-white flower below. There were also a few substantial spiritual streams that circled around the hibiscus flower. The moment the bone-chilling fire dissipated, those spirit streams seemed to have broken free from their shackles. They carefully probed and gradually extended outwards, slowly drawing closer to the soul bead. As the stream of souls extended, Xiao Yan could clearly see that the faint layer of milky white light shining on the surface of the fusang flower had actually dimmed slightly, as if the power within had been sucked away. Puff! The heavenly flame rose and completely wrapped around the soul bead. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily became anxious when he saw the numerous tentacle-like spiritual streams approaching the soul bead. Both of his hands were slowly clenched. His mind controlled the bone-chilling flame as he prepared himself to deal with any situation in the battleground. The moment those spirit streams made contact with the soul bead, an enormous and pure spiritual strength immediately poured into Xiao Yan's soul bead. Bang! In an instant, Xiao Yan sensed an extremely enormous spiritual strength suddenly surging from deep within his soul. It was just like a river entering the sea. The dark black spiritual beads suddenly trembled intensely. Soon after, an extremely powerful spiritual strength suddenly swept out from within the spiritual bead in an uncontrollable manner. In the outside world, Xiao Yan's seated body suddenly shook. An invisible energy fluctuation carried a frightening spatial ripple as it swept out in all directions from all directions. Buzz! In the blink of an eye, all the magical beasts within the stone forest where Xiao Yan was located were heavily pressed to the ground by this frightening spiritual pressure. It was as though they were carrying an enormous mountain on their backs. Their enormous bodies were deeply embedded into the ground and they were unable to move. Even the enormous Do-Chi energy within their bodies could not be mobilized even a little at this moment. A deep fear lingered within the hearts of all the magical beasts within the stone forest. Being able to reach this level, their intelligence was naturally not lower than a human. Hence, they immediately understood the origin of the spiritual pressure. Unfortunately, the only thing they could do now was to use all their strength to prevent their bodies from exploding and dying under this frightening spiritual pressure. Time passed bit by bit. The spiritual pressure that covered the sky above the stone forest gradually became increasingly powerful and frightening. Under this frightening pressure, the Do-Chi within the bodies of the few magical beasts that were closer to Xiao Yan were forcefully compressed, to the point that they were on the verge of exploding. Under Xiao Yan's frightening spiritual pressure, the Do-Chi within the bodies of these magical beasts was compressed to the extreme. The originally obedient Do-Chi had become violent at this moment. If it continued to be compressed in this manner, they would definitely explode and die. Mournful cries sounded within this vast stone forest. The frightening spiritual pressure that covered the sky continued to strengthen. At a certain moment, when the enormous spiritual pressure was about to crush these magical beasts, an unusual change occurred in Xiao Yan's mind deep within the stone forest. Sizzle sizzle sizzle, the soul bead, which was continuously absorbing spiritual strength, suddenly emitted a sizzling sound. In an instant, Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically. A thought passed through his mind and the bone-chilling flame immediately revolved around it, wrapping the entire soul bead. At the same time, the spiritual stream that connected the soul bead and the hibiscus flower was also forcefully cut off by Xiao Yan at this moment. Damn it, there is indeed a problem. Xiao Yan's heart was greatly shaken. He focused his eyes and looked over. His heart suddenly trembled. An extremely bad premonition suddenly surged out from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, the surface of the soul bead, which was originally pitch black, had actually gradually become transparent. Through the outer layer of the soul bead, Xiao Yan could faintly see that in the depths of his soul bead, there was a flower bud that was like a stamen. It was a bud that was waiting to bloom. At the same time, Xiao Yan also clearly felt that within his soul bead, the enormous spiritual strength that he had just swallowed, had suddenly lost control over it. Moreover, what shocked Xiao Yan even more was that he realized that his spiritual origin was actually being rapidly swallowed by the flower bud. The hibiscus flower, which should have been swallowed by Xiao Yan, had actually started to swallow Xiao Yan's spiritual strength at this moment. It seemed that Xiao Yan was not the only one who wanted to swallow the hibiscus flower. The latter also seemed to have the same intention towards him. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 9:17. Deep within the stone forest, a black-robed Xiao Yan was seated with his legs crossed. Both of his eyes were tightly shut and his face was completely pale. From his tightly knitted eyebrows, one could tell that the latter was currently enduring an enormous pain. Within his mind, Xiao Yan was currently staring at the soul bead in front of him with a grave expression. His face was filled with a grave expression. The originally pitch-black soul bead was currently revealing a soft white color. However, that white color was not the color that a soul bead should have. Instead, it was being emitted from within the soul bead. The soft white light was as gentle as a pearl and did not cause one to feel the slightest bit of threat. In fact, one would even have the impulse to hold it in one's arms and admire it carefully. However, all of this was extremely frightening in Xiao Yan's eyes. Under this seemingly pure and soft white light, the flower bud that was rapidly taking root in the depths of Xiao Yan's soul had already begun to bloom at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a huge suction force was released from the flower bud. It was like an invisible ghost hand that tore the enormous spiritual energy contained within the soul bead into itself. Hiss! The intense pain that was transmitted from the depths of his soul caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily grit his teeth and suck in a breath of cold air. The muscles all over his body instantly tensed up. His veins bulged and twisted as if they were about to jump out from under his skin. The pain that originated from the depths of his soul was something that Xiao Yan could not avoid. The spiritual source that was contained within the soul bead was currently being crazily bitten by the strange flower bud like a jackal. Even the spiritual shadow that Xiao Yan had formed outside the soul bead gradually dimmed. In the end, it could not be controlled and suddenly disappeared. Damn it! Don't tell me that I can only watch helplessly. A painful hiss was emitted from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. Xiao Yan was shocked to discover that as his spiritual source was being forcefully devoured by the strange flower, his bodily functions were rapidly decreasing. The rhythm of his breathing became slower and slower. The life that belonged to a living person was also rapidly dissipating. This body had already broken away from Xiao Yan's control and was just like a corpse. Xiao Yan's soul was also being rapidly devoured by the strange flower. Following the gradual weakening of his spiritual source, Xiao Yan's consciousness also became blurry. Once Xiao Yan's consciousness completely dissipated, he would officially be declared dead. Seeing that his spiritual source was about to be completely devoured, Xiao Yan did not have any means to stop all of this. The soul bead was where one's spirit resided. Do Qi was unable to enter it. If one were to forcefully barge in, not only would it be useless, but it would also cause irreparable damage to the essence of one's spirit. Hence, Xiao Yan needed to reconsider before the final moment arrived. At the same time, in the Array Formation Association of Jinyao City. Qin Yun, what is the meaning of this? In the large hall, Fan Siyuan and the other upper echelons of the Array Master Association were seated opposite Qin Yun. Fan Siyuan's gaze slowly swept across the 5 people standing behind Qin Yun. His expression was solemn. These 5 people were all genuine 9-star Do Di. Other than the 2 elite Do Di who had been guarding by Qin Yun's side that day, there were 2 more people. This was especially so when his gaze landed on the person behind Qin Yun who was covered in a black robe and whose face could be vaguely seen wearing a mask. Fan Siyuan's heart sank. With just one glance, he could tell that this person's strength was above his. Ha, Chairman Fan, I wonder if you are interested in the matter I mentioned that day? Hearing this, Qin Yun smiled faintly. He raised the teacup with one hand and placed it by his mouth to take a sip. He glanced at Fan Siyuan and asked with a smile. Are you talking about joining forces with you? Or should I say, joining us? Just as Fan Siyuan finished speaking, Qin Yun unceremoniously opened his mouth. His words were filled with arrogance. Dream on. How is it possible for my Formation Master Association to join you? Huo Lai, who was beside Qi Ming, immediately let out a furious snort when he heard Qin Yun's words. He slammed his palm heavily on the table beside him. The frightening strength instantly shook the table until it burst apart. The few standing human figures behind Qin Yun immediately took half a step forward. A powerful aura suddenly swept out and instantly suppressed the fury in Huo Lai's heart. Third brother. Fan Siyuan frowned and reprimanded in a deep voice. Fan Siyuan withdrew his gaze with a trembling face. Young Master Qin, your Qin wasteland Maze Valley has dominated the western region for many years. He is merely a 5-star Do Di. If you really wish to deal with him, wouldn't it be an easy task? Moreover, your father is, Chairman Fan, the reason I have come to look for you this time around is to ask you what you have thought about the matter that I have mentioned. If you are willing to join us, it will bring endless benefits to both of us. If you are unwilling, I will naturally not force you. Hence, I only wish to know the answer that I want to obtain. An obscure glint involuntarily flashed across Qin Yun's eyes when Fan Siyuan mentioned his father. Both of his eyes stared intently at Fan Siyuan. His gaze was like a torch, causing Fan Siyuan's heart to tremble slightly. Fan Siyuan and the others from the Formation Master Association became quiet after Qin Yun's words sounded. The three of them faced each other. Their gazes converged as they quietly deliberated in their hearts. Although Qin Yun's words appeared to be quite free and easy, it was clear that he did not come with good intentions based on the lineup today. However, Fan Siyuan still shook his head in the end. He raised his eyes to look at Qin Yun and spoke in a serious tone. From the old me's point of view, there is no need. Although that brat's fighting strength is extraordinary, our Formation Master Association is not a soft persimmon. With his strength alone, it is impossible for him to truly do anything to us. We are extremely grateful for young Master Qin's sincere invitation. However, I also believe that we have the ability to deal with him. Fan Siyuan's gaze involuntarily glanced at the black-robed person behind Qin Yun when he spoke these words. A solemn expression involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Hearing these words, Qin Yun's eyes slightly narrowed. An undetectable glint flashed across the depths of his eyes. Soon after, he smiled slightly, put down the teacup in his hand and stood up. Since President Fan has said so, this young master shall not disturb you any further. I only hope that the Formation Master Association will be safe and sound. After speaking, Qin Yun did not hesitate any longer. His figure turned around, and with the 5 people behind him, he walked out of the large hall. Behind him, Fan Siyuan and the rest also welcomed him with smiles on their faces. After sending off the 6 people, Fan Siyuan's expression darkened. He turned his gaze and exchanged glances with Qi Ming, who was standing to the side. His brows were tightly knitted together as he faintly felt a sense of unease in his heart. Notify the entire city to seal off Jinyao City. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 9:18. As Xiao Yan's spiritual origin was gradually devoured, the snow-white flower bud within the soul bead had already completely bloomed. The snow-white flower had 5 petals, just like the Fusang flower that Xiao Yan knew of. Its size almost filled the entire interior of the soul bead. At this moment, the exterior of the soul bead looked like a thin layer of glass, as though it could shatter at any time. However, if one were to look carefully through the outer layer of the soul bead, one would be able to discover that on the 5 petals of this Fusang flower, between the tiny veins, there were numerous black lines that covered the 5 petals like a network. A faint fluorescent light slowly flowed from it. Finally, it transformed into threads of energy that surged out from the 5 petals. At the core of this hibiscus flower, a palm-sized black-colored bead was rotating. Around it, there was a small wave of strange black-colored energy that agglomerated into the shape of a serpent. It occupied this dark black bead and at the same time, emitted a ferocious suction force that tore off the little remaining energy on the black-colored bead a little at a time. Immediately, it was mercilessly swallowed by it. At the same time, the threads of energy that surged out from the 5 petals of the flower were also devoured. This black bead was naturally the remaining cluster of spiritual origin energy that Xiao Yan had at this moment. As for the serpent that was surrounding him, it was the main culprit that caused Xiao Yan to fall into such a state. More than half of Xiao Yan's spiritual origin had already been devoured by this strange thing. Even the remaining spiritual origin of the latter was about to be completely devoured. Moreover, it was not only Xiao Yan. Even the spiritual strength of the Fusang flower itself seemed to be continuously being devoured. From the looks of it, not only was Xiao Yan harmed, even the Fusang flower had been corroded by this strange serpent. It was not easy for such a dense black network to take root to such an extent. Clearly, this Fusang flower had been corroded by this serpent for a long time. However, from the looks of this Fusang flower, it did not seem to have been completely corroded. The spiritual strength within the Fusang flower was still extremely large. At the very least, before the Fusang flower was forced to invade Xiao Yan's soul bead, there was definitely more than 80% of the spiritual strength within it. However, after it entered Xiao Yan's soul bead, all of this changed. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan did not have the time to care about all of this. What he was worried about was that his spiritual strength could no longer hold on. If he did not take any action, it would not be long before the last trace of his spiritual origin would be completely devoured by this strange serpent. Ha! Bone-chilling flame, refine it. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's roar came from the depths of his soul. Forcefully controlling the little spiritual strength that was left, Xiao Yan mobilized the heavenly flame in his body and rushed it to his mind. The ferocious flame enveloped the soul bead and a terrifyingly high temperature was suddenly released. He was actually planning to refine the soul bead. This was also the only way that Xiao Yan could think of to change the situation and save himself. More than half of his spiritual origin had been devoured by this strange serpent. The soul bead that originally belonged to Xiao Yan had also lost control of it. Now, in the soul bead, other than the little spiritual origin that Xiao Yan had, the rest of the spiritual strength was under the control of the serpent. This also meant that this soul bead did not belong to Xiao Yan at this moment. Since the soul bead did not belong to him for the time being, Xiao Yan naturally did not have any misgivings. As long as he was able to completely refine the enormous spiritual strength in this soul bead, Xiao Yan believed that not only would he be able to restore the soul bead, but his spiritual strength would also definitely be able to recover to its peak. It might even be able to rise to another level. As for the soul bead, as long as it was not destroyed by Dou Qi, the high temperature of the heavenly flame could completely permeate it. While ensuring that he could refine this spiritual strength, he could also not destroy the soul bead. This was undoubtedly the result that Xiao Yan was most willing to see. Now, what Xiao Yan needed to do was to use the heavenly flame to refine this soul bead that almost did not belong to him. Even the fusang flower within it would be refined by Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Previously, he did not have this process. Now, Xiao Yan had picked it up and returned all that he should have paid. The remaining was naturally what he could possess. Of course, this process would inevitably exhaust a portion of the spiritual strength in the soul bead. However, compared to being swallowed by this damn thing, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly choose the former. Moreover, the fusang flower was still present. As long as he was able to refine the fusang flower, Xiao Yan believed that he would similarly be able to advance to a rank 4 alchemist. However, before this, he was destined to experience some trouble. The raging flame wrapped around the soul bead and a frighteningly high temperature was released. The refining process had also officially begun at this moment. Indeed, at the moment when the bone-chilling flame released its high temperature, the soul bead in front of him suddenly trembled intensely. The approach of the heavenly flame seemed to have caused this strange spiritual strength to feel a threat that it should not have felt. Buzz buzz buzz. After a series of buzzing and trembling, boundless spiritual strength suddenly surged out from within the soul bead and rapidly condensed. It condensed into a seemingly solid defensive barrier outside the soul bead, wanting to use it to block the invasion of the heavenly flame. At the same time, the devouring power within the soul bead also became even more ferocious at this moment. The devouring of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength became even more ferocious. This thing seemed to be aware that Xiao Yan was controlling the heavenly flame and wanted to increase its speed in wiping out Xiao Yan's consciousness. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a little surprised. However, the refining speed of the heavenly flame far exceeded the former. The instant the frighteningly high temperature came into contact with the defensive barrier, an intense chi-chi sound rang out from the defensive barrier. Under the refinement of the heavenly flame, the aura within the defensive barrier that was formed from spiritual strength rapidly dissipated. A few hours later, this defensive barrier was broken and the spiritual strength that it contained had all become Xiao Yan's nourishment. After absorbing this pure spiritual strength, Xiao Yan's weak spiritual strength within the soul bead was temporarily comforted. Seeing that his spiritual strength that was about to dissipate had become stronger under the injection of this spiritual strength, it also caused the devouring speed of the strange snake to slow down. At the same time, the bone-chilling flame outside the soul bead also began to emit an even hotter temperature towards the interior of the soul bead. Just as Xiao Yan had expected, the soul bead itself was not affected by temperature. Hence, after the flame penetrated the soul bead, it immediately began to refine the enormous spiritual strength that it contained. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 919. As time passed in the stone forest, Xiao Yan's refinement of the spiritual energy in the soul bead in his mind was gradually on the right track. In the depths of the soul bead, Xiao Yan's weak spiritual origin gradually became stronger under the continuous infusion of spiritual energy. The coiled serpent around his body was no longer peaceful. As if it had sensed the approaching threat, this strange thing became even more eager to devour Xiao Yan's spiritual origin. However, compared to the refining speed of the heavenly flame, this strange serpent was much slower. Xiao Yan was not anxious in this situation. No matter how much the serpent devoured, with the continuous infusion of spiritual energy, the power that he lost would be completely recovered in a very short period of time. In fact, under this cycle of devouring and refining, Xiao Yan unexpectedly discovered that the spiritual energy he obtained had become denser. At the same time, his control over every strand of his spiritual energy had become more precise. Just as Xiao Yan was still slowly refining the enormous spiritual energy in the soul bead, a huge storm was rapidly brewing in Jinyao City. Jinyao City. High up in the sky, a huge golden light barrier enveloped the entire city. In the city square, a huge energy light pillar shot up into the sky from the large underground hall. A huge amount of energy was continuously poured into the golden light barrier, protecting the entire Jinyao City. High up in the sky, Fan Siyuan and the other higher-ups of the Array Master Association stood there. Their gazes passed through the golden light barrier, and their expressions were extremely grave as they looked outside the city. There, a group of 6 people stood in the void, looking at the huge formation in front of them with different expressions. The appearance of this scene in the sky also caused a commotion in the city below. Numerous gazes swept back and forth, feeling extremely doubtful in their hearts. Other than that, their eyes involuntarily revealed a joyous expression. That appearance was as though they had seen their savior. For nearly half a month, Jinyao City was in a state of complete lockdown. No one was allowed to enter or leave. This made everyone in the city dissatisfied. They even joined forces to find the Array Master Association several times, hoping that they could open the formation. However, in the end, they returned helplessly. Just as they were hoping to seek Lu Zhongtian's help, they learned that the latter had already left with Wu Gang. Currently, other than the members of the Formation Master Association, the strongest person remaining in Jinyao City was only a 4-star Do Di. However, even with their strength, they were unable to leave this place. Thus, when they saw Qin Yun and the others outside the city, it was as if they had seen their saviors who could help them leave this place. Qin Yun, what are you trying to do? In the sky, Fan Siyuan's gaze pierced through the formation and focused on Qin Yun, who was among the 6 people, as he shouted angrily in a low voice. Just a moment ago, this group of people had used a violent method to forcefully break through their great city protecting formation. If they had not used the spirit stones stored in the association to stabilize the formation, it was likely that this large formation that covered the entire Jinyao City would have already been broken. It seems that President Fan has a very deep grudge against us. We merely wanted to enter the city, but our path was blocked by your spirit formation. With no other choice, we attacked. However, from the looks of it, you don't seem to welcome our arrival. Outside the city, Qin Yun wore a cold smile as he spoke through the formation. I have already made the matter very clear the last time. My Formation Master Association has no intention of joining you. Please leave. Forgive me for not sending you off. Cuckoo, Chairman Fan, why are you in such a hurry to send us off? The purpose of our trip this time around is not to discuss the matter from the last time. Instead, we want to borrow something from you. Qin Yun coldly smiled as he glanced at the strange black figure wrapped in a black robe. His gaze looked at Fan Siyuan's group as he spoke with a deeper meaning. Borrow what? Fan Siyuan frowned and could not help but subconsciously ask in doubt. Among the 6 people, the figure wrapped in a black robe beside Qin Yun took a step forward at this moment. With a leap, his body floated forward like a ghost and quickly arrived in front of the large formation. "Oh. Answer my question." Fan Siyuan frowned and cried out in a deep voice. The do qi in his body involuntarily began to circulate. Outside the city, the black-robed person stood in front of the formation. He raised his head slightly and revealed a strange mask that covered half of his face. Under the mask, a cold smile appeared on his shriveled old face. Immediately, he raised his hand and a dark glow flickered in his palm. He pressed it against the large formation in front of him. At the same time, a dry and ear-piercing voice was faintly emitted. "Borrow my life." Buzz. Soon after, the large formation that covered the entire Jinyao city suddenly trembled intensely. A circle of strange, dark black energy climbed onto the formation in front of them and swiftly spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, the light in the world was swallowed by this layer of strange energy. An enormous shadow swiftly covered the entire Jinyao city like a dark cloud. The weather changed and the sunlight disappeared. The world became dark. Even the shining golden light on the formation was mercilessly swallowed by the originally black energy. What is this? Countless people in the city revealed horrified expressions as they watched this scene. The expressions of Fan Siyuan and the rest were especially solemn. A moment ago, they were horrified to discover that even with their spiritual strength, they were unable to pass through that layer of strange, black energy. "Qin Yun, you want to kill us?" Fan Siyuan cried out angrily. He believed that Qin Yun would definitely be able to hear his words. "Ha, Fan Siyuan, I gave you a chance. However, you rejected it yourself. Since you don't obey me, I can only forcefully swallow you." Qin Yun's cold laughter resounded throughout the entire Jinyao city. It was not only in the sky. Even the ground below seemed to emit the latter's voice. That strange, black energy not only swallowed the entire Jinyao city, it even swallowed the ground below the Jinyao city. If you want to swallow my Array Master Association, we will have to see if you have the ability to do so." Fan Siyuan cried out explosively. Immediately, hundreds of human figures rushed into the sky from the city below. Their bodies shook and the do qi within their bodies suddenly surged out, transforming into numerous energy light pillars that shot into the sky. Powerful do qi pressure swiftly filled the entire Jinyao city. Sharp gazes repeatedly swept over the city, hoping to use this opportunity to find Qin Yun and the rest. It was also at this moment that numerous human figures began to appear at the edge of the black energy that covered the entire city in a ghost-like manner. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the entire city. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 920. An enormous city sat within the dark and mysterious space. The sky and ground were completely dark. A strange black energy wrapped around the entire city. Numerous human figures continued to rush out from the empty space. In the blink of an eye, they had already occupied the entire sky. Hundreds of human figures stood in the sky above Jinyao city. Powerful do qi pressure spread out and suppressed everyone within the city. Fan Siyuan and the other members of the Formation Master Association had grave expressions at a certain spot in the sky. Their gazes swept over those people one by one and their hearts swiftly sank. At this moment, these black-robed people who were repeatedly appearing were actually all elite do di. Hundreds of elite do di. This kind of lineup could be said to be a kind of suppression to them. It was a long while later that the unusual situation in the empty space gradually came to a stop. At this moment, the number of black-robed people who had appeared in the sky was nearly 500. 500 elite do di. Even in the entire western region, it was likely that one would not be able to gather so many strong people. Qin Yun. What exactly are you trying to do? There is no enmity between us. Why are you doing this? Fan Siyuan's expression was extremely grave. The majestic do qi within his body wildly surged out of his body without leaving any leeway. His spiritual strength was manically maneuvered at this moment and agglomerated into an enormous formation in the sky around him. A golden light flickered and illuminated this dark space. At the same time, Qi Ming and Hua Lai beside him also poured their spiritual strength and Do Qi into this enormous formation. The three of them stood back to back and assumed a defensive posture. The members of the Formation Master Association around them also had grave expressions as they maneuvered the spiritual strength and Do Qi within their bodies and crazily poured them into the enormous formation under their feet. A powerful aura spread out from the array formation, and halos rose from the array formation, turning into light curtains that protected all the array formation masters in the array formation. With the protection of these light curtains, even a 9-star Do Di would not be able to easily hurt them. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The atmosphere appeared exceptionally pressuring. Needless to say, one would know that a big battle was swiftly brewing. After half a month of settling down, the storm had arrived. Only at this moment did the solemn crowd understand why Fan Siyuan and the others had sealed the entire Jinyao city. It turned out that half a month ago, they had already smelled the scent of danger. But what they couldn't figure out was why the Array Master Association didn't allow them to enter. Wasn't this intentionally keeping them here and forcing them to drag them down with them in order to help them get through this crisis? Thinking of this, quite a number of people in the city threw hateful gazes at the Formation Masters in the sky. Fan Siyuan felt helpless in the face of these gazes. How? After today's battle, it would be difficult for his Formation Master Association to gain a foothold. As he thought of this, Fan Siyuan's gaze involuntarily came into contact with Qi Ming and Hua Lai. In the instant that he did so, he could see the deep despair in the other party's eyes. It was very obvious that they were having the same thoughts as him at this moment. Why? Ha, it is naturally to obtain strength. At this moment, Qin Yun's arrogant laughter was transmitted from within the space. His voice was filled with arrogance and overbearingness. It was also filled with a rich bloodthirsty and greedy feeling. Your Qin Wasteland Maze Valley is already the strongest faction in the western region. The training resources within the sect are innumerable. Why do you need to spend so much effort to deal with us? Aren't you afraid that you will die here today? There is no point in saying more. Attack! Qin Yun let out a cold cry. The hundreds of elite Do Di in the sky moved in unison. They charged downwards in an aggressive manner. Their target was not only the members of the Formation Master Association. It also included everyone in the city at this moment. In the blink of an eye, intense fighting sounds were transmitted from the city below. The fighting sounds were earth-shaking and were just like waves of thunder. Powerful Do Qis came and went. They were so dense that they were like raindrops. An intense battle had completely begun at this moment. The 5 9-star Do Di in the sky had turned their gazes toward Fan Siyuan's group at this moment. Faced with the large formation under their feet, the strange masked black-robed person among the 5 once again stepped forward. He flipped his hand and the strange black-colored energy once again appeared in his palm. The expressions of Fan Siyuan's group in the formation suddenly changed when they saw the strange palm-sized black energy. They had already clearly experienced the strength of this strange thing earlier. Their formation had been broken after being completely wrapped by this black light. If this strange black-colored energy was allowed to wantonly spread, the large formation under their feet would once again disappear. Stop him. We must not allow the thing in his hand to touch the large formation. Fan Siyuan's mouth emitted an earth-shaking cry. At the same time, he hurriedly raised both of his hands. His 10 fingers moved and the large formation under his feet also underwent a change. The golden-colored large formation swiftly rotated while the seals in Fan Siyuan's hands changed. The enormous energy within it swiftly surged out from the bodies of everyone within the formation. It moved along the large formation and poured into Fan Siyuan's body. Fan Siyuan's aura immediately became stronger after receiving the pouring in of this enormous energy. Immediately, Fan Siyuan did not hesitate as he pointed his finger. His target was the black-robed person. Bang! An enormous Do-Chi energy suddenly erupted from the tip of Fan Siyuan's finger the moment he pointed. It was just like a volcano erupting, transforming into an enormous energy light pillar that shot toward the black-robed person. The invisible space was easily shattered by the energy wherever it passed. Waves of buzzing sounds caused one's heart to tremble. Ha! However, just as the enormous energy light pillar was about to collide with the body of the black-robed person, the 4 9-star Do-Di behind him suddenly stepped forward. Each of them unleashed a powerful Do-Chi. The 4 of them worked together and agglomerated a solid energy barrier in the empty space in front of them, forcefully blocking the enormous Do-Chi energy. Bang! An intense collision sound was emitted. The energy barrier and the enormous energy light pillar trembled intensely at this moment. An intense wave-like vibrating sound was emitted from the surrounding empty space. Powerful energy ripples continued to spread, shaking the heavens and the earth. Very quickly, the enormous energy light pillar exhausted all of its strength. At the same time it scattered, the energy barrier that the 4 9-star Do-Di had created together also scattered, revealing the 4 people behind it. Soon after, the 2 enormous energies cancelled each other out. The black energy in the palm of the black-robed person had unknowingly landed on the large formation under the feet of the people from the Formation Master Association. Hum hum hum, immediately, an intense vibration sounded from the enormous formation. Hearing this sound, the faces of Fan Siyuan and the others within the formation immediately revealed shocked expressions. Very quickly, the backlash caused by the destruction of the formation swiftly appeared on their faces. A corner of the formation had been swallowed by the strange black-colored energy. Without the support of this portion of energy, the entire formation lost its balance. The expressions of everyone within the formation instantly turned flushed red. Immediately, their faces turned pale. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from their mouths. Fan Siyuan and the other 2 upper echelons of the Formation Master Association were still fine. However, the auras of the other members of the Formation Master Association who had formed the formation had become chaotic at this moment. Their blood was churning and they were temporarily unable to maneuver their Do-Chi. This is bad. Retreat quickly. Seeing the unforeseen change in the situation, Fan Siyuan's expression changed drastically. As he cried out, he waved his hand and led the 2 people around him as they hurriedly charged forward. The large formation had been destroyed. Currently, these subordinates of his were completely exposed in front of the few people. Once something happened to these people, they would no longer have the ability to retaliate in this battle. The Formation Masters were their last remaining strength. With just the 3 of them, it was impossible for them to contend with the 5 people in front of them. If they wanted to deal with them, this group of Formation Masters would be an essential help. Even though the formation had been destroyed, one should not forget that there were still quite a number of formation discs in their storage rings. Other than the high-grade formation discs, most of the low-grade formation discs were activated by spirit stones. Hence, as long as they could protect these formation masters, they would still have the ability to retaliate. Even if they were to die in the end, they would definitely make these people in front of them pay the price. Just as the intense battle in this space continued to spread, in the outside world, in the sky above the mountain forest outside of Jinyao City, 2 human figures slowly flew over from the horizon. However, judging from their direction, it was obvious that Jinyao City was not their target. They were just passing by this place. As the 2 gradually flew closer, one could clearly see that the 2 of them, one old and one young, were standing side by side. Their target was the west. Everything that happened in Jinyao City did not seem to have affected these 2 people. Or rather, they did not discover the location of Jinyao City. This was because at this moment, there was a huge deep pit where Jinyao City was originally located. The size of the deep pit was the size of the entire Jinyao City. Jinyao City seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Other than the few sparse roads, it was impossible to tell that there was a bustling city here not long ago. From the appearance of this huge pit, rather than calling it a deep pit, it was more appropriate to call it a huge basin. With regards to this strange terrain, ordinary people would not find it strange. It was normal to see such a scene in the western region. The vast desert was unpredictable. Not to mention this huge deep pit, even strange scenes were very common in the western region. However, just as the two of them were about to cross this place, the old man suddenly frowned with hesitation. He seemed to have felt something. It was an energy fluctuation that came from the void. Wait! The old man called out to the young man beside him. The latter was slightly stunned and frowned as he looked at the old man. What's wrong? There's something wrong. I seem to have sensed the aura of those fellows. The old man's voice had become slightly deep. From the old man's tone, the young man seemed to have thought of something. His eyes immediately hardened. His eyes swiftly swept over this place. A thought passed through his mind and a huge spiritual strength spread outwards, carefully probing this place. It's useless. That aura doesn't belong to this land. It should be, the old man muttered to himself for a moment. His turbid eyes slowly moved. When he saw the huge pit, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. He raised his arm and extended a finger. He pointed at the huge pit. There. As soon as the old man said that, the young man's gaze immediately followed the direction of the old man's finger. However, in the next moment, he could not help but frown slightly. Other than the huge pit in front of him, there seemed to be no other decorations. There was also no place to hide in the pit. Under the sunlight, everything could be seen clearly. There was not even a shadow to be seen. I've already said that the aura doesn't belong to this land. It's in the endless void. As the old man spoke, he extended his finger and simply moved it a couple of times in the void. His finger was like a brush and ink as it left behind numerous strange golden symbols in the void. This was actually a simple formation. The most shocking thing was that such a strange formation was actually so easy and casual in the hands of the old man. After the formation was completely formed, the invisible void slowly became distorted. Soon after, it turned into a darkness. It was like a huge square light screen that stopped in front of the two of them. The light screen was completely dark and nothing could be seen. However, light gradually agglomerated within the darkness and a group of scenes appeared. The first thing that was reflected in one's eyes was a huge city. Within it, there were countless numbers of people fighting intensely. The number of deaths and injuries were increasing at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, from the looks of the situation, it was clearly one-sided. Among them, a large group of black-robed fellows with strange masks on their faces held an absolute advantage. In the outside world, when the young man saw those people wearing black robes and the strange masks on their faces, his eyes immediately revealed a shocked expression. Dodi. These people are all Dodi. How is this possible? When did they? Now is not the time to think about this. Their target, those people, are they formation masters? They all possess powerful spiritual strength. The young man's heart was slightly startled. He seemed to already know the target of those people. Let's go. At this time, it is still not suitable for us to reveal ourselves. Once they know of our existence, it will not be good for us. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 921. 1 month later. Within the stone forest, Xiaoyan's body, which was standing still like a statue, finally trembled slightly. His joints emitted a stiff cracking sound. Soon after, both of his eyes slowly opened. The enormous spiritual strength within his mind had already been completely absorbed by Xiaoyan after a long refinement period of 1.5 months. Currently, the spiritual strength within the soul bead had already returned to Xiaoyan's body. Even the strange energy serpent had completely disappeared after being refined by the heavenly flame. The transparent soul bead once again turned into a dark black color. At a glance, it appeared steady and deep, as though it contained the entire universe. His entire body had basically returned to normal. 1.5 months did not bring any negative effects to Xiaoyan, who had been sitting cross-legged and training all year round. However, the only difference was that other than the 5-petaled hibiscus flower that had already been refined by Xiao Yan, the 6-petaled hibiscus flower was still standing steadily in his mind. With his current spiritual strength, Xiao Yan could clearly sense that this hibiscus flower contained an extremely frightening spiritual strength. The terror of this spiritual strength far exceeded that of the 5-petaled hibiscus flower. After resting for a moment, Xiao Yan once again focused his mind. His mind looked inside and looked at the 6-petaled hibiscus flower in his mind. However, his heart did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. With the previous example, the current Xiao Yan was extremely cautious about this thing. When the strange energy entered Xiao Yan's body, Xiao Yan did not sense it at all. Even during the process of refining the spiritual strength, Xiao Yan did not sense much of the energy within the hibiscus flower. Only when he refined the serpent did Xiao Yan discover that the latter was different. Perhaps it was because it had been absorbing the hibiscus flower's spiritual strength all year round, but this thing actually had some intention of merging with the hibiscus flower. This time around, if it had not been separated from the hibiscus flower in order to absorb Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, it was likely that even if Xiao Yan was able to refine this spiritual strength, the strange energy serpent would definitely have completely transferred into Xiao Yan's body. In that case, once the latter merged with Xiao Yan's spiritual origin, even if Xiao Yan had a heavenly flame, it was likely that he would be unable to save the situation. Looking back, in Xiao Yan's mind, the 6-petaled hibiscus flower was still standing there. Looking at the hibiscus flower in front of him, Xiao Yan once again carefully examined the spiritual strength within his soul pearl. Compared to the past, it was undoubtedly much stronger. Now, his spiritual strength had officially entered rank 4, and he could be considered a true rank 4 alchemist. Although it was not as exaggerated as he had imagined, he was still a beginner rank 4 alchemist. Coupled with Xiao Yan's current age, he could already be considered one of the best among the younger generation of alchemists on the continent. Therefore, from the soaring degree of his spiritual strength, there was no need to doubt that Xiao Yan had already refined and swallowed a hibiscus flower. However, the thing that caused him to feel surprised in his heart was that there was another hibiscus flower in his mind. This meant that he had not only obtained one hibiscus flower, but 2. He had obtained 2 hibiscus flowers at the same time. This was just like a piece of jade. One piece of jade could bring about a fatal disaster, let alone 2 pieces. This was simply unimaginable. After hesitating for a long time, Xiao Yan finally made a decision. With a thought, the white flame rose again and wrapped around the 6-petaled hibiscus flower. Although there were many troubles, since he had already refined the strange dragon snake, Xiao Yan was naturally prepared in his heart if he encountered the previous incident again. If he could refine it, it would undoubtedly be for the best. However, even if he could not, Xiao Yan was confident that he could prevent it from hurting him. No matter which one it was, there was no harm to Xiao Yan. Since that was the case, why not be bold and give it a try? In the face of power, Xiao Yan's blood would never calm down. It was like boiling lava, rolling and boiling. However, this time around, under the burning of the heavenly flame, a scene that shocked Xiao Yan appeared in front of the latter's eyes. Under the crazy refinement of the bone-chilling flame, the 6-petaled flower actually did not have any reaction. The temperature of the heavenly flame was actually ignored by the hibiscus flower. Moreover, following the rise of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan could clearly see a layer of substance like cuticle gradually appear on the 6-petal flower. It was just like a thin layer of jade that wrapped around the 6 petals. The roots turned into ashes in the flame. Some of the spiritual strength that it contained was also unceremoniously swallowed by Xiao Yan. Only the 6 petals did not change at all as they slowly floated within the heavenly flame. What is going on? Following the refinement of the heavenly flame, Xiao Yan was able to clearly sense the enormous spiritual strength contained within the 6 petals. However, no matter how he tried to absorb and refine it, he was unable to extract even the slightest bit of it. This kind of strange scene caused Xiao Yan to want to cry, but have no tears. Seeing such an enormous spiritual strength exist in front of his eyes, yet being unable to absorb and refine it, it was really like keeping one in suspense. If this were to continue, an ordinary person would definitely be forced to go crazy. However, just as Xiao Yan was anxiously thinking about how to extract the spiritual strength, he suddenly discovered that there was a faint suction force being emitted from the 6 petals. That kind of suction force was not strong, but it was attracting Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. Xiao Yan was unable to sense any enmity from such a gentle suction force. Instead, his spiritual strength involuntarily approached the 6 petals. When the two approached each other, the petals emitted a gentle glow. Soon after, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength involuntarily poured into them. Buzz! In the next instant, the 6 petals simultaneously flickered with a resplendent glow. The 6 petals rapidly rotated. Traces of a persevering expression surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. It looked as though he was in discomfort, but also as though he was gradually adapting to something. After the glow dimmed, the 6 petals seemed to be controlled and automatically flew around Xiao Yan's spiritual bead. The 6 petals surrounded the entire spiritual bead from 6 different directions. A gentle glow was emitted, forming a milky white energy barrier around it. From the looks of it, the 6 petals were actually protecting Xiao Yan's spiritual bead. A soft was emitted from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Yan's thoughts suddenly became chaotic. Soon after, an unknown energy appeared in his mind and connected with his spiritual strength. It was the 6 petals. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan involuntarily curled his lips with a strange expression. Just now, he seemed to have unwillingly left his spiritual imprint on the 6 petals. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 922. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but be stunned. A spiritual soul brand was something that one had to personally leave behind. Since when was it possible to use force? However, at this moment, Xiao Yan was not in the mood to care about all this. What he was curious about was that when the 6 petals left behind his spiritual soul brand, not only did they hand over control to him, they even brought some strange images into Xiao Yan's mind. Xiao Yan frowned as he carefully pondered over the images that had flashed past in his heart. Firstly, it was an enormous ancient tree. The size of the ancient tree was simply unimaginable. That kind of size made even a human feel as tiny as an ant under its feet. The ancient tree was so big that it reached from the dome to the underworld. Even the floating clouds in the sky could only accompany its ankles. However, it was just like this that above the ancient tree, in the even more distant horizon, an enormous distorted black shadow covered the entire world. Only within that narrow crack, one could barely see traces of sunlight that secretly seeped out. It was as though even the rising sun in the sky was afraid of something. The strangest thing was that one could actually clearly see the edges of that sunlight, merely these were the only images. However, when Xiao Yan recalled this scene, his heart and even his soul could not help but tremble abruptly. That kind of vast world was something that he was currently unable to come into contact with. Even looking at it from afar was impossible. Just recalling that scene in his mind caused his heart to tremble. It was difficult to imagine just how terrifying it would be if such a scene was placed in front of him. Covering the sky and covering the sun. This was likely the only way to describe it. After recovering, Xiao Yan's deathly pale face gradually recovered. After which, a thought passed through his mind. His mind looked within itself and once again looked at the 6 petals that surrounded the soul bead. Xiao Yan was able to clearly feel the connection between himself and them. As long as he willed it, these 6 petals would move accordingly. This kind of control was complete. Of course, this was merely limited to the actions of these 6 petals. Xiao Yan was unable to devour the enormous spiritual strength contained within them. Otherwise, he was confident that he could use this to attack rank 5 alchemist. Of course, based on the current situation, Xiao Yan also knew that this was merely his imagination. However, being able to obtain such an outcome was already considered extremely lucky. Xiao Yan did not have any extravagant hopes of being able to devour the spiritual strength within these 6 petals. Everything was as bad as nothing. If he really devoured these spiritual strengths, it would instead bring trouble to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was very clear about this logic. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to withdraw his mind, threads of spiritual strength suddenly gushed out from the 6 petals. They were like thin threads that were connected to Xiao Yan's soul bead. When he sensed this, Xiao Yan was slightly stunned in his heart. Soon after, he became serious. After all, he had experienced this previously. When he saw this scene again, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless in his heart. After using both his spiritual strength and the heavenly flame to investigate, he finally confirmed that there was no mistake. These spiritual strengths did not bring any negative effects to him. Even under the refinement of the heavenly flame, the threads of spiritual strength did not undergo any changes. This also meant that the purity of these spiritual strengths had completely reached the level where they could be directly devoured. When Xiao Yan used the heavenly flame to refine them, he would only exhaust these spiritual strengths. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan hurriedly withdrew the heavenly flame. At the same time, an indescribable feeling of excitement rose in his heart. Since these spiritual strengths were not harmful to him, this also meant that as long as he continued to absorb them, his soul would also be able to grow even if he did not deliberately cultivate his spiritual strength. Threads of spiritual strength were injected into the soul bead. Xiao Yan's spiritual strength also gradually grew under this extremely slow increase. According to the spiritual strength contained within these 6 petals, it was completely enough for Xiao Yan to absorb for a very long time. Even though this speed was extremely slow, to the point that it was undetectable, as the saying went, many little drops make an ocean. This continuous injection of spiritual strength would ultimately bring about endless benefits to Xiao Yan's body. In the long run, the benefits within would naturally manifest themselves. After a long while, Xiao Yan's stiff body finally crawled up from the ground. His body twisted slightly and immediately, the sound of bones colliding could be heard from all over his body. Feeling the surging aura in his body, Xiao Yan's heart moved. Do qi swiftly surged and flowed into his meridians, spreading to his limbs and bones. A powerful energy immediately filled his entire body. After a long while, Xiao Yan finally lifted his head to look at the sky. After identifying the direction, he leaped and swiftly flew towards the west. Now, the matter of the Fusang flower had come to an end. Next, it was time for him to prepare for the promise of a year. At the same time, in the Shilin region. Shilin mountain range, the hinterland. What did you say? Why would they come here? They have always viewed us as non-essential existences. Now, they have actually come to look for us. Humph, what a joke. Leng Bingshuang's pretty face was icy cold. Other than Xiao Yan, she seemed to have never shown a good expression to anyone. If there was a difference, it would be an even deeper iciness or seriousness. As for her gentle smile, she had only shown it to Murong Qianqian. At this moment, a middle-aged man stood in front of Leng Bingshuang with a serious expression. He helplessly looked at Leng Bingshuang in front of him. Although he was aware of the latter's temper, this matter was of great importance and he had no choice but to speak again. Miss Leng, I know that you do not have a good impression of the clan. However, this time, they have personally come to invite you. They have even specially sent some representatives with high status in the clan. They have even specifically asked to see you. If you do not go now, won't you be slapping their faces? It is already good that I did not kill them. Is their face very precious? Leng Bingshuang's tone was indifferent. Usually, she could be a little more friendly to the person in front of her. However, the latter's motive for today's matter had caused her to be quite dissatisfied. But, go back. Directly tell them that I do not wish to see them, and it is best that they do not come to find me. Or else, I will not take into account any feelings of being from the same clan. When we treated them as our clan, they have never treated us as their own. Right now, they want us to go back. It is too late. After interrupting the middle-aged man, Leng Bingshuang waved her big sleeve. A wave of chilliness abruptly pounced towards the middle-aged man, and she had already disappeared. Go back and tell Murong Sun that if he dares to agree, I will tear down his bird's nest. The cold shout was like thunder as it rang out in the ice-cold world. At the same time, the middle-aged man's body, enveloped by a cold wind, was sent out of Shilin region. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 923. The Desolate Cliff. The Desolate Cliff was a barren area in the depths of the Western Desolate region. Due to its unique topography, this area was divided into two levels. The higher level was in the west, while the lower level was in the east. The cliff stretched for thousands of miles, and one could not see the end of it. The word cliff in the Desolate Cliff was derived from this place. At this moment, a young man in black robes was seated on a tall rock at the edge of the cliff. His eyes were slightly shut, and his breathing was orderly. The energy in the world flowed into his body as he breathed, and after some refinement, it became a part of him. After a long time, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. A lightning-like light flashed in the depths of his pitch-black eyes, as he looked straight towards the east. In half a year's time, it would be the date he had agreed to meet with the four great sections. At that time, the grudge between him and the four great sects would be settled. I wonder how that fellow Luo Jin is doing. He is also training in the western region, but I have never heard any news about him. I wonder if he will also come to the opening of the Heaven End Ancient Tomb this time. When the four large sects were mentioned, Xiao Yan naturally recalled Luo Jin. Back then, that fellow had faced the four large sects with him. This time around, Xiao Yan's heart would feel that something was missing if the latter was not present when he met the four large sects once again. With his current strength, he no longer feared the sect leaders of the four great sections. Of course, Yi Luo Tian was an exception. Even he could not see through the latter's strength. Moreover, Yi Luotian's strange methods were truly troublesome. Amongst the four of them, he was the one who hid his strength the best. Even so, if Luo Jin was not present, even if he could deal with the four great sects alone, he would still feel that it was meaningless. On the contrary, if Luo Jin was present, the two of them would take action together, and the grudge from back then would be completely settled. As for the Tianju Ancient Tomb, the place where this desolate cliff was located was the entrance to the Tianju Ancient Tomb. There was still half a year until the agreed time. Xiao Yan was coincidentally bored and had nothing to do. Hence, he already had a plan in his heart. Just like his original objective for coming to the Western Desolate region, would he be able to open the Heaven End Ancient Tomb with the Heaven End steps alone? Whether he could succeed or not, he would know with a try. Xiao Yan did as he thought. His body moved and he leaped down from the cliff. The whistling wind blew past Xiao Yan's ears. In the blink of an eye, they had already landed on the ground. Then, Xiao Yan turned around and looked behind him. There was a row of cliffs that were as straight as a wall. The steep cliffs spanned thousands of miles, and the steep slopes were impossible to climb. The sky was filled with rugged rocks and yellow sand. There was not the slightest bit of life in the world. The desolation here was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. What was even more unimaginable was that in this barren land, there was actually a great opportunity. From where Xiao Yan was standing, he could clearly see that between the cliff and the land below his feet, there was a huge gully that was as deep as an abyss. Rocks fell, and one could not even hear the sound of them hitting the ground. Xiao Yan directly ignored this. He lifted his gaze and looked directly at the cliff opposite him. There was a small piece of strange rock that was spat out from the cliff. It was less than a meter long and several feet wide. It looked like the entrance of a huge door, except that one could not see the entrance of the so-called huge door. This was the result of Xiao Yan's search for a few days. At this place, the sky and ground were the same. There were no extra signs between the cliffs on both sides. Not to mention that he had never been here before, even if an acquaintance came here, they might not be able to distinguish the direction. His figure moved and arrived in front of the protruding strange rock. A trace of caution rose in Xiao Yan's heart. Soon after, the soles of his feet gently landed on the strange rock. Buzz! The instant Xiao Yan landed on the strange rock, the cliff in front of him suddenly flashed with light. The cliff trembled, and at the same time, Xiao Yan was surprised. As his expression changed, he subconsciously used the sky extinction steps and hurriedly retreated. After all, this was a cave left behind by an origin transformation expert. Even though it had been almost 1,000 years, Xiao Yan still did not dare to be careless. The instant Xiao Yan used the sky extinction steps, the cliff above the strange rock suddenly trembled. A loud rumbling sound shook the world. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, but a smile rose from the corners of his mouth. The door to the ancient tomb of Tianzhu had finally opened. The stone door was opened and the originally complete cliff split apart from the middle. It entered the deep parts of the cliff. After which, a substance-like energy curtain appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. This is the entrance to the ancient tomb of Tianzhu. Xiao Yan's heart trembled. He could not help but be emotionally moved. The ancient tomb of Tianzhu was something he had heard about in the southern region. He had wanted to see it for himself since a long time ago. Now that he had seen it, he could not help but be excited. However, although the entrance had already appeared before Xiao Yan's eyes, he first needed to break through the light screen if he wanted to enter the tomb. Not long after the light screen rose, Xiao Yan clearly saw that the originally powerful light screen flickered slightly. The power on it had decreased by quite a bit. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan did not need to think to know that it was impossible for this to be caused by the erosion of time. The reason why the strength on the light curtain had weakened was likely because he had used the sky absolute steps. As for the remaining strength, it was likely that it would require the other two Do techniques of Tianzhu to remove it. Sky Extinction Palm and Sky Extinction Finger. Although these two Do skills are both human rank Do skills, since the sky extinction steps can bring about such a shocking amplification effect, I'm afraid that the other two Do skills will not be much inferior. At that time, I will have to be careful when facing Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian. A thought flashed across his mind. Soon after, Xiao Yan picked up his gaze and looked at the light screen in front of him. He could talk about the future in the future. However, right now, Xiao Yan could not help but want to try and see if he had the chance to break the light screen with his own strength. Even if it was just a small gap, it would be enough for Xiao Yan to do a lot of things. As soon as he thought of doing it, the Do Qi in his body rose. At the same time, Xiao Yan suddenly clenched his fists tightly. Powerful energy rapidly gathered in his palms. Soon after, his footsteps changed and his body instantly turned into a bolt of lightning. In just an instant, he had already appeared in front of the light screen. He clenched his fists tightly and violently swung them at the light screen in front of him. Ha! With a loud roar, powerful energy immediately erupted from Xiao Yan's fists and violently bombarded the light screen. Hum hum hum, however, the final result caused Xiao Yan to be a little stunned. Such an enormous strength was something that even a 7-star Do D would not dare to easily face. However, even though this was the case, not even the slightest ripple was formed after it struck the light curtain. Instead, the surrounding empty space was instantly shattered by this frightening strength. This, Xiao Yan was stunned. Soon after, he clenched his teeth tightly. The Do Qi in his body once again surged. This time around, he had also used the Strength Elephant skill that he had already mastered. Strength Elephant skill, break for me. Clang! The powerful force violently bombarded the light screen. Even though this attack was not Xiao Yan's full strength, it was enough to cause an 8-star Do D to pay attention to it. However, the final result was still unsatisfactory. Compared to the previous time, a layer of shallow energy ripple appeared on the light screen this time around. However, it disappeared in an instant. Soon after, just as Xiao Yan clenched his teeth and was about to attack again, a powerful force was transmitted from his fist without any warning. With just one attack, it sent him flying. Chapter 924. Clang! Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, a powerful energy storm also swept across the short continent in the desolate horizon. In an instant, the flying sand and the desolate flowing wind that flew between the sky and the earth disappeared in an instant. The sky regained its silence for a short period of time. Soon after, a black figure suddenly flew past during this short period of silence. Only when it was 1,000 feet away did it stop in a somewhat miserable manner. It was Xiao Yan. 3 days had passed since the opening of the old tomb. On the day that the old tomb was opened, Xiao Yan had already used all his strength in an attempt to open the old tomb. However, the final result was that other than leaving a circle of faint ripples on the energy light curtain, nothing else was left behind. Instead, when his Do technique was broken by the light curtain, the rebound force would send Xiao Yan flying. Fortunately, although the force was strong, Xiao Yan was not injured. However, after continuously trying for tens of times, Xiao Yan finally understood that it was impossible to open the old tomb before he gathered the 3 famous Do techniques of Tianzhu. Therefore, Xiao Yan simply gave up on the idea of opening the old tomb. Instead, he used the light curtain to begin practicing the newly obtained Do technique, the Desolation Finger. As a high-level spirit Do technique, the Desolation Finger was not easy to practice. Most of these Do techniques had a common characteristic, which was that they were easy to learn but difficult to master. Even if one could use the experience left behind in the scroll to use it, one would still need a large amount of time and the accumulation of actual combat experience in order to truly understand the essence of the Do technique. There was still half a year until the 1-year agreement. Xiao Yan naturally did not lack time. As for actual combat, it merely referred to the accumulation of experience from the collision of energy. From an objective point of view, one would have a clearer understanding of one's control of the Do technique. Therefore, this light curtain had undoubtedly become Xiao Yan's best training stone. Of course, other than practicing the Desolation Finger, Xiao Yan did not easily neglect the Golden Elephant skill. The Golden Elephant skill was a defensive Do technique of the 4 Saint Elephant display skill. Its requirement on one's physical strength was also ridiculously high. The Force Elephant formula emphasized on converging the energy in one's body into a single point, condensing it within one's body, and accumulating it before unleashing it. There was no doubt that it was immensely beneficial to battle. As for the Golden Elephant mantra, it was different from condensing. The latter was to disperse the energy in one's body. Of course, this kind of dispersion was not without order. Instead, it was to disperse the energy in one's body to every part of one's body. There was a special connection between the different parts of one's body, thus achieving the effect of protecting one's body in all aspects. Other than this, the Golden Elephant skill was able to unleash the greatest amount of force. It was just like when he had fought against the 8-star Do Di back then. He had unleashed his force and agglomerated a layer of nearly substance-like defensive barrier on the surface of his body. His control over his force was so high that it was frightening. Last time, Xiao Yan had also used all of his strength in order to successfully agglomerate it. Even so, its defensive strength was extremely powerful. It was difficult to imagine just how frightening its defensive strength would be if Xiao Yan was able to master the Golden Elephant skill one day. Although it was beautiful to imagine, Xiao Yan still needed to train bitterly regardless of what the future was like. Only by blooming in the hellfire would he be able to be unafraid of the fireworks of the human world. As the Do techniques in his hands were released time and time again, the Do Qi within Xiao Yan's body was also repeatedly recovering. Under this repeated cycle of exhaustion, an unknown strange feeling rose from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. Time passed in a flash and 1 month passed. After a month of continuous training, Xiao Yan's control over the Desolate Finger and the Golden Elephant's skill had become increasingly proficient. This was especially the case for the Desolate Finger. Although it was a high-level spirit Do technique, it was still a Do technique that mainly used up Do Qi. After repeated training, his progress was naturally incomparably fast. On the other hand, the Golden Elephant skill had harsh requirements on one's physical body. With Xiao Yan's current physical strength, he could only barely agglomerate a layer of pale yellow light barrier on the surface of his body. This was the result of a month of hard work. Although the process was difficult, Xiao Yan was able to clearly sense the powerful defense that the Golden Elephant skill gave him. That kind of strength was difficult to break even with Do Qi. As expected, after experiencing an intense collision with the energy light barrier, Xiao Yan's body was actually forcefully stabilized on the spot this time around. He was not even the slightest bit pushed back by the rebounding force. Even though this had already caused Xiao Yan to perspire profusely and exhaust a lot of his physical strength, the result of this was likely something that even an ordinary 9-star Do Di would be unable to help but be amazed by. Currently, Xiao Yan was able to unleash 70% of the Desolate Finger's strength under his full strength. To be able to train to such an extent within a month was already extremely shocking. Moreover, Xiao Yan was training 2 Do techniques at the same time. 70% of the Desolate Finger and 40% of the Golden Elephant skill. Even though it was not much, it was still able to unleash 40% of the Desolate Finger. Compared to the former, the achievement of the Golden Elephant skill seemed to surprise Xiao Yan even more. Desolate Finger. In the air, Xiao Yan's 10 fingers formed a seal. The majestic Do Qi in his body immediately surged out and swiftly poured into the enormous bright red energy finger above his head. At the same time, a powerful energy pressure continuously spread out from it. Soon after, when the energy within the finger had reached its peak, Xiao Yan let out an explosive cry from the bottom of his heart. Immediately, the enormous finger above his head suddenly charged forward. Soon after, it violently smashed into the energy light barrier of the ancient tomb. Bang! Soon after, the instant the enormous energy finger exploded, a frightening energy was released. The powerful energy stirred up circular energy ripples on the light barrier. However, those ripples quickly disappeared. At the same time, a powerful energy storm was also emitted from the light barrier. It carried the powerful energy that was brought about by the explosion of the energy finger and swept outwards. Ha! Golden Elephant skill, activate. Xiao Yan let out an explosive cry in his heart. Almost at the same time, a powerful force swiftly agglomerated all over his body. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a thin layer of yellow light barrier on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Soon after, the powerful energy storm came attacking. Crack! The instant this energy collided with Xiao Yan's body, a cracking sound that only he could hear was emitted from deep within Xiao Yan's body even though the Golden Elephant skill had not been broken. In an instant, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly hardened. His breathing also involuntarily became sluggish. That mysterious cracking sound was the result of the barrier between him and a 6-star Do Di suddenly breaking at this moment. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 925. On the broken cliff, Xiao Yan's head was covered by the strong wind as he sat cross-legged. The extremely hot summer and the sand that was blowing against his body were carelessly ignored by him. Sensing the rising aura within his body, a joy involuntarily surfaced in Xiao Yan's eyes. After the countless number of battles, his cultivation had finally followed suit and gradually rose. Now, it was time for success. A 6-star Do Di. Once he advanced to the rank of a 6-star Do Di, it meant that his fighting strength would once again soar. This would also allow him to obtain an even greater reward when he opened the Tianju ancient tomb 5 months later. He might even be able to obtain the Gue Yuan skill scroll in the hands of Tianju. Of course, other than this, there was also the inheritance of Tianju. That thing was also an extremely alluring existence. With joy in his heart, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged. He swept away all the messy thoughts in his mind. His breathing gradually became calm and orderly. The great waves in his heart also gradually recovered its calmness. His pair of dark black eyes were as black as a deep pool. The bottomless depth caused people to feel that they were even more mysterious. This wasteland was located in an extremely desolate area. Its environment was even harsher and more dangerous than other places. Hence, Xiao Yan was not worried that someone would come here and disturb him. Hence, he did not find another place to hide during his advancement this time around. Additionally, although the environment of this wasteland was harsh, it had the advantage of being extremely rich in fire affinity energy. Training in this place would undoubtedly have a certain amplification effect on Xiao Yan. Regardless of whether it was his training speed or the degree of condensation of his Do Qi, it would all increase. Hence, Xiao Yan no longer procrastinated. Borrowing the rising aura within his body, his hands swiftly formed the training seal. A thought passed through his mind and the flame art qi method within his body immediately began to circulate. Immediately, all the fire affinity energy in this area suddenly became violent at this moment. It was as though they had been attracted by something as they wildly gathered towards Xiao Yan at the edge of the broken cliff. Following the circulation of the qi method, the heavenly flame within Xiao Yan's body also swelled. It moved along the various qi paths in his body and swiftly surged upward. Finally, it directly charged out from the top of Xiao Yan's head. The dense white flame twisted and spiraled before transforming into a white-colored long fire dragon that coiled around Xiao Yan. It lifted its head to the sky and opened its large mouth. A long soundless roar was emitted from its mouth. The powerful fire affinity energy in this area began to wildly gather. After which, it was swallowed by the large fire dragon. After some refinement, it finally flowed into Xiao Yan's body. Under this unceasing influx of energy, Xiao Yan's aura also swiftly soared. The vortex space within his body also gradually expanded under the unceasing influx of enormous dou qi. At the same time, in the northern region. At this very moment, on a certain desolate small island in the endless northern sea, there was a pretty lady wearing a white dress. Her long hair reached her waist, and her entire body emitted a fairy-like aura. Her eyebrows were knitted together as she looked at the endless sea region in front of her. Her heart was solemn. Just what kind of place is this? Why is this sea region so big that even I am unable to cross it with my strength? During this 1 year, the lady had already tried various methods. However, she was ultimately unable to cross this endless sea region. This small island seemed to have cast a curse on her. Regardless of how hard she tried, she could only helplessly withdraw in the end. After 1 year, regardless of how unwilling she was in her heart, she needed to clearly recognize her current situation. She clearly understood that the reason she was unable to cross this sea region was ultimately due to the problem of her strength. If she really wanted to cross this sea region, the best method was to work hard and train. Only by raising her strength would she have the opportunity to leave this place. At that time, she would also be able to search for the person in her heart. However, the only thing that the lady could do now was to temporarily peacefully stay on this island and train wholeheartedly. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan, who had been immersed in his training, gradually wake up. At this moment, the aura within his body had already stepped onto a new level. 6-star Dou D. There was an enormous gap between each star in the Dou D class. As the saying went, the slightest mistake could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. This was fully reflected in the realm of an expert. Normally speaking, given Xiao Yan's current strength, an initial 6-star Dou D, an ordinary person would not have the slightest chance of victory when facing an intermediate 6-star Dou D like Qin Yun. However, Xiao Yan was different. Regardless of whether it was his physical constitution or the thickness of his strength, his fighting strength far exceeded that of an expert of the same class. When he was an advanced 5-star Dou D, he was able to kill an advanced 8-star Dou D. His strength was comparable to a quasi-9-star Dou D. Currently, Xiao Yan had broken through to a 6-star Dou D. Every aspect of his body had been strengthened from inside out. The great strength of his fighting strength had caused him to be comparable to an ordinary 9-star Dou D. Such strength would definitely be considered top tier when placed among the experts in the heaven-grade ancient tomb this time around. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes beside the broken cliff. He sensed the surging Dou Qi within his body. His hands were opened slightly before they were slowly closed. Although there was nothing in his palm, Xiao Yan could still sense a strength that seemed to be there and not there. The empty space between his palms was slightly distorted. Although it did not cause much of a change, it still caused others to feel shocked. Under the situation where he did not use Dou Qi and relied on his physical body to create such a scene, how could it not cause others to feel shocked? With such a powerful physical body, coupled with Xiao Yan's own Do Qi, Xiao Yan was completely confident in his heart that if he were to face an 8-star Do Di again, he would definitely be able to kill the other party with one strike. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily revealed a cold smile when he thought of this. During this trip to the heaven-grade ancient tomb, he would completely end the grudge between him and the 4 large sects. After recovering, Xiao Yan did not hurry to get up. Instead, a thought passed through his mind and a powerful spiritual strength spread out. It covered the entire sky, appearing to be attracting something. A short moment later, threads of dark black energy agglomerated from the empty space between the sky and the earth. They swiftly gathered toward Xiao Yan. This dark black energy was the Great Way energy. Following the increase in his strength, Xiao Yan also wanted to see how much his Great Way energy had increased. A thought passed through his mind and the Great Way energy that was agglomerated in front of him swiftly split apart and agglomerated into 9/10. At this moment, the Great Way energy that was repeatedly attracted also slowly agglomerated. Finally, it successfully agglomerated into the 10th tent. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 926. Xiao Yan's gaze focused on the 10th tent in front of him. However, there was not much emotion in his eyes. Moreover, he did not feel very satisfied with the scene in front of him. The Great Way energy was the most mysterious energy in the world. Even Do Qi could not be compared with it. If it was not for the fact that Do Qi could not be absorbed, it was likely that the Great Way energy would have become the main force on this continent. However, even if this was the case, Xiao Yan still did not believe in his heart. As the most difficult energy to control in this world, could it only be used to escape or chase people? This was clearly not the case. Hence, Xiao Yan was even more curious about how he could better control and use the Great Way energy. Since it was his own energy, it must be under his control. Otherwise, if he could not even do this, there would be no point in keeping the Great Way energy. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Yan extended his hand and beckoned. The 10 tents automatically flew in front of him and merged together, turning into a black energy ball the size of a wash basin. It floated above Xiao Yan's palm. At this moment, Xiao Yan was only able to control the Great Tao strength. However, this was not his own will. He wanted to allow the Great Tao strength to unleash the strength it should possess in his hands. With a thought, an enormous amount of spiritual strength swiftly agglomerated in front of him, turning into an invisible large hand. Following the change in his mind, it grabbed at the energy ball in front of him. The dark black energy ball gradually changed shape under the wrapping of the spiritual strength. At times, it became oval. At other times, it became long and thin. It was like a football and also like a long black stick. It was constantly changing. However, just as Xiao Yan thought that it would be so easy to agglomerate it, the ball of Great Way energy in front of him once again returned to its original state the moment his spiritual strength scattered. Xiao Yan couldn't help but be astounded when he saw this scene. Only now did he understand that the control of the energy of the Grand Tao wasn't as simple and easy as it seemed on the surface. However, it only took form on the surface, and it couldn't be fixed internally. Moreover, the energy within it couldn't be completely condensed. Even if such a loose energy of the Grand Tao could be condensed into the 10 taboos, it wouldn't be of much help to Xiao Yan. However, Xiao Yan also understood that the beginning of everything was the hardest. The profoundness of the Grand Tao was something that most people did not understand. Otherwise, there would not be so few people on the continent who could comprehend the Grand Tao. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan smiled and felt relieved. Then, he tried to control the power of the Great Way again. He believed that after countless attempts, there would be a way that would allow him to control the power of the Great Way perfectly. When that time came, the Void Great Way would definitely become his other trump card. Controlling the power of the Great Way in front of him, Xiao Yan poured his spiritual strength into it without caring about the consumption. He tried again and again, learning from his failures, and reinvigorating himself in the midst of disappointment. While he was constantly trying with such concentration, another month passed. At this moment, there was only 1 month left before the 1-year agreement with the people of the 4 great sections. As for Xiao Yan, he forgot himself and was immersed in the power of the great way in front of him. He repeatedly tried, and in a cycle of failure, he tried to find the exit of the lost path. On the other side, in the western region, the matter of the agreement between Xiao Yan and the 4 great sects had spread like a gust of wind throughout the western region. In the blink of an eye, almost everyone in the western region knew about it. Tianzhu Ancient Tomb. That was a great treasure land that everyone in the western region knew about. Unfortunately, it was sealed off from the outside world. The only way to open it was to gather all 3 of Tianzhu's famous Do skills and combine the power of the 3 Do skills to open it. Now that the 3 fighting skills had surfaced, it was time to open the Tianzhu Ancient Tomb. As the news spread, countless experts from various factions set off towards the desolate cliff. Although there was only 1 month left, these people who had long coveted the Tianzhu Ancient Tomb could no longer hold back their thoughts. They could not wait to enter the Tianzhu Ancient Tomb. Even though there was still 1 month left, it still made them feel excited. On Xiao Yan's side, after countless attempts, he finally grasped an opportunity. The power of the Great Way in front of him finally condensed. Even though it eventually returned to its original state, the form that was agglomerated from the Great Way lasted for nearly a minute this time around. Just this point alone was enough to cause Xiao Yan to be extremely excited. Since he had already taken the first step, he wouldn't be too far away from the moment of true success. After repeated attempts to condense the power of the Great Way for another 10 days, when Xiao Yan had exhausted more than half of the spiritual strength within his soul bead, the large cluster of pitch-black power of the Great Way in front of him actually completely condensed. It transformed into 10 black steel needles that were as long as a person's forearm and as thick as a pinky finger. The reason why they were called steel needles was because these 10 needles looked no different from ordinary metals on the surface. They looked as if they were made of steel. This was the result of the power of the Great Way being extremely condensed. Controlling the 10 steel needles, Xiao Yan lowered his body with curiosity in his heart. His gaze once again looked at the energy screen on the cliff. His face revealed an eager expression. He did not know what kind of result he would get if he used these 10 steel needles to deal with the light screen. Carrying the curiosity in his heart, Xiao Yan arrived in front of the light screen. He raised his hand and the 10 steel needles floated above his palm, faintly floating up and down. Go! Soon after, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart. He lifted his hand and gently waved it forward. 10 steel needles immediately shot forward. After emitting a sharp sound of rushing air, they pierced into the energy light curtain in an orderly manner. Chi! 10 steel needles pierced into the light screen at the same time, each one penetrating an inch or so into the light screen. Hiss! Seeing this scene, even as the master, Xiao Yan could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. The person who had set up this light screen was once an origin transformation expert. However, he did not expect that his 10 steel needles would be able to pierce into the light screen. It was hard to imagine just how frightening the power of these 10 steel needles was. If this kind of power landed on the body of a Do-di, it would immediately leave behind bloody holes. Soon after, while Xiao Yan's heart was feeling shocked because of this, numerous auras were swiftly hurrying over from a distance behind him. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 927. Following the swift approach of the many chis in the distance, over 10 blurry light spots gradually became clear in Xiao Yan's sight. After which, they transformed into numerous clear human figures. Each of them took a different direction. There were also people who formed groups that flew in this direction. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. He was curious about the purpose of these people coming here. As the human figures swiftly approached, those people had long since discovered Xiao Yan's figure. Immediately, quite a number of people threw hostile gazes at Xiao Yan. Of course, these people were constantly on guard against each other. The time of the opening of the ancient tomb of Heaven's End was getting closer and closer. Everyone present had become competitors. Everyone here had the possibility of snatching away the opportunity that originally belonged to them. As the saying goes, where there is competition, there will be fighting. In the process of fighting, it was unavoidable that there would be deaths and injuries. If possible, they would definitely not be stingy in attacking the people beside them. With each additional person, they would be a little more of a threat. Therefore, these people had long since unknowingly become enemies. Arriving in front of them, everyone's gazes were icy cold as they looked at Xiao Yan. Soon after, they looked at the energy light curtain on the cliff. Earlier, if they had not sensed the energy ripple here, they might not have been able to find this place so quickly. Numerous gazes looked at the energy light curtain on the cliff. Through it, one could vaguely see darkness. Immediately, a fiery expression involuntarily surged into the numerous gazes. The dou-qi in their bodies slowly circulated. There were people who wanted to go forward and try to break this energy light curtain. However, in the end, they stopped. This ancient tomb had existed for nearly 1,000 years. The number of people who had tried to open it was uncountable. However, no one had ever succeeded in doing so. Even the attack of a 9-star dou-di would similarly be blocked by that thin energy light curtain. A light curtain that even a 9-star dou-di could not open. How could they do it? Xiao Yan smiled as he watched the few elite dou-di obediently withdraw. His gaze turned around and swept over those people behind him. Within a short moment, nearly 50 elite dou-di had gathered in this place. The strength of each of them was different. The weakest had reached the intermediate level of a 1-star dou-di while the strongest were 2 8-star dou-di. Such a strength could be considered a peak existence within the western region. Xiao Yan's dark black eyes swept over these people. His heart involuntarily became speechless. This western region was really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It was unexpected that nearly 50 elite dou-di, who were usually rarely seen, would actually appear together at this moment. Such a large group was definitely in existence that could do whatever they wanted in this western region. At the same time that Xiao Yan's gaze swept over these people, quite a number of people in the crowd also shifted their gazes to the former. Immediately, quite a number of gazes revealed surprise. Such a young elite dou-di was extremely rare even in the entire continent. Usually, such a strong person would definitely possess quite a large faction behind him. However, this black-robed, young man in front of them appeared to be just one person. Thus, some of the people present involuntarily began to coldly laugh in their hearts. Various thoughts rose in their hearts. There were nearly 50 elite dou-di present. They would more or less have some dissatisfaction with each other. Once some small matters were to create friction, it would not be beneficial to them. Hence, it was undoubtedly the best if they could do something to deter the people present at this moment. As the saying goes, one must pick the soft persimmon to pinch. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who appeared to be the youngest among them, had naturally become their target. Being young meant that one's training time was short. At the same time, it also meant that one's strength was weak. Additionally, the latter was currently their opponent. If they could suppress him, they would be able to reduce one of their competitors. Secondly, they would be able to deter everyone present. This was no different from killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In their eyes, dealing with the latter was like an adult bullying a child. They did not feel any pressure. Of course, in view of the fact that the latter was also a dou-di, only some 7-star dou-di among those present would intervene. As for the 2 8-star dou-di, just their auras alone were sufficient to cause others to fear them. Naturally, there was nothing much for them to display. At the same time, Xiao Yan also sensed the unfriendly gazes that the few 7-star dou-di around him threw over. He thought for a moment in his heart and immediately understood. He involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart. There would be people willing to do such a thing no matter where they were. However, Xiao Yan was not an ordinary dou-di. Cuckoo, since all of you have delivered yourselves to my doorstep, I shall unceremoniously accept all of you. Xiao Yan coldly laughed in his heart. When he raised his eyes, he discovered that there was a 7-star dou-di middle-level expert walking toward him. There was even a mocking expression on his face. Xiao Yan smiled playfully when he saw this. Soon after, that expert also arrived in front of Xiao Yan. His gaze was dense as he looked at Xiao Yan and coldly laughed. "Brat, you also wish to enter the Sky-End Ancient Tomb?" The rough laughter contained a disdain. The person who came face to face with him was a middle-aged man with a strong appearance. His bronze-colored muscles appeared to be filled with an overbearing aura. Coupled with his rough voice, it caused the hearts of those who heard it to involuntarily tremble. On the other hand, Xiao Yan appeared skinny, forming a clear contrast with him. "Can't I?" Xiao Yan was indifferent as he smiled and asked. "Ha ha ha, of course you can, however, if you want to enter, you must first ask if my fist agrees." With a cold cry, the strong man immediately maneuvered the enormous dou qi within his body and agglomerated it in his palm. His enormous palm was suddenly clenched into a fist. His arm danced, carrying a hoo-hoo wind as it violently smashed toward Xiao Yan. Seeing the strong man attack with just one sentence, the surrounding crowd involuntarily emitted a hissing sound as they inhaled cold air. Soon after, that enormous fist that was wrapped in dou qi instantly arrived in front of Xiao Yan and violently smashed toward the latter's face. The hoo-hoo wind whistled beside Xiao Yan's ear. The air in front of him swiftly became thin. Xiao Yan's breathing involuntarily became sluggish. However, Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent in the face of this. His unperturbed manner caused people to involuntarily be shocked when they saw it. It was also in the next instant that the enormous fist was about to smash onto Xiao Yan's face. Only then did Xiao Yan raise his hand. His movements were continuous and as fast as lightning. Under the disbelieving gaze of the middle-aged strong man in front of him, Xiao Yan opened his 5 fingers. Without using any dou qi, he firmly locked the man's fist between his 5 fingers. Even the charging force and dou qi was instantly broken. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 928. This scene that had suddenly appeared in the arena caused the expressions on the faces of all the elite dou di present to instantly solidify. Numerous gazes were stunned as they stared at the black-robed human figure in the arena. The expression on their faces gradually turned into one of disbelief. This was really unbelievable. The attack of a 7-star dou di was actually blocked by a black-robed, young man in a situation where he had not even used his dou qi. Moreover, from the looks of it, he was actually able to do it in such a relaxed manner. This was something that was impossible. At this moment, even the 2 8-star dou di involuntarily threw surprised gazes at Xiao Yan. Even the heart of the 7-star dou di, who was the person involved at this moment, was filled with shock. He was unable to control his entire body in the face of great fear. Soon after, Xiao Yan's wrist shook gently. His palm landed on the latter's fist. A powerful force immediately spluttered outwards. With just one strike, this strong man was forced back. Only after dozens of steps did his swaying body come to a halt. "Do you still want to continue?" Xiao Yan was unconcerned as he smiled and asked. No, don't. That strong man's heart was suddenly startled when he heard Xiao Yan's words. He hurriedly waved his hand as a greeting and continued to pull back. However, no one mocked him at this moment. This was because just the strength that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier was something that no one present, other than the 2 8-star dou di, dared to say that they could block. Immediately, everyone present involuntarily threw grave gazes at Xiao Yan. The faces of the 2 8-star dou di were even more solemn. This black-robed, young man who appeared very young, likely possessed a strength that was not inferior to theirs. Fortunately, the person who had attacked was not them. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they were to fight with him. Xiao Yan's gaze was cold as it swept over those elite dou di around him. This time around, anyone who met his gaze involuntarily shrank back. Only the 2 8-star dou di did not avoid him as they walked out from the crowd. They cupped their hands to Xiao Yan and laughed. "The old me is Lu Hao. My name is Qi Rui." Then, the 2 old men looked at each other with cold gazes. Only then did they smile at Xiao Yan and say, "May I know your name?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at the two old men. After hesitating for a while, he smiled and said in a calm tone, "What are you talking about?" "I am Xiao Yan." "Xiao Yan? He's Xiao Yan, he's the Xiao Yan who made a 1-year agreement with the 4 great sects. Then doesn't that mean he holds the key to opening the ancient tomb of Heaven's End? I didn't expect him to be here so early. Moreover, looking at his strength, no wonder he dares to challenge the 4 great sects." The instant Xiao Yan said his name, a wave of surprised private discussions was immediately emitted from the crowd. At the same time, those gazes that were looking at Xiao Yan contained an additional surprise. Hearing the words that were emitted from the crowd, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. Immediately, he calmed down. Although he was surprised that these people were actually aware of the agreement between him and the 4 great sects, things had already developed to this point. Even if he went to clarify things, there was no longer any meaning. The only thing that Xiao Yan was a little worried about was that he did not know just what kind of storm this matter would stir up. Originally, he thought that if it was only him and the people from the 4 great sects, his chances of finding the origin skill would definitely be much higher. However, from the looks of it, this matter was likely to be more troublesome than he had imagined. After randomly exchanging 2 sentences with the 2 8-star Do Di, Xiao Yan immediately moved his body and landed at the edge of the cliff. He sat down cross-legged and raised his hand. 10 steel needles were agglomerated in his palm. Controlling the 10 steel needles with his mind, Xiao Yan carefully observed them. The scene from earlier repeatedly replayed in his mind. The 10 steel needles shot out and entered in unison. They actually entered the energy light curtain at the same time. Such a powerful strength was something that Xiao Yan admitted that he would not be able to achieve even if he used the 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. Among all the Do skills that he possessed, it was likely that only the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame's strength could surpass it. However, the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame greatly exhausted one's Do Qi. Once it was used, Xiao Yan would definitely descend into a weakened state. He must not use it unless it was a critical moment. Compared to the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame, the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame might be a little weaker. However, the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame only exhausted the Great Tao strength. Moreover, the steel needles were divided into 10. The number that was exhausted was completely up to Xiao Yan. Once the situation changed, he could completely transform them into a Great Tao barrier and use it to dodge. Hence, in comparison, the effect that these 10 steel needles brought to Xiao Yan was undoubtedly greater. With the strength of these steel needles, even a 9-star Do Di would be left with an injury that was difficult to recover from once they were hit. As long as he caught them off guard, Xiao Yan had a certain degree of confidence that he would be able to hold them back the next time they met. At the same time, in the western Lin region, Green Hunchback Mountain. Damn it! Who was it that leaked the news? Now, the entire western region knows that we are about to enter the Tianju ancient tomb. Humph, with the habits of those hungry wolves in the western wastelands, I'm afraid that they are already waiting for us at the desolate cliff. Wu Jitian cursed with a ferocious expression in the large hall. The tea table beside his hand had been turned into dust by his palm. Even the chair that he was sitting on had already swayed. One could see just how furious his heart was at this moment. Cuckoo, sect leader Wu, there is no need for you to be angry. When we made the agreement with Xiao Yan 1 year ago, everyone in Shahi City clearly heard it. It is only reasonable that they would be aware of it. Now, the most important thing is the Tianju ancient tomb and those few factions. There is no need to worry about the others. Chen Zhen, who was wearing a golden robe, had an unconcerned face as he sat on the leader's seat. The other 2 people in the large hall also nodded slightly when they heard these words from his mouth. That's right. What Chief Chen Zhen said is true. The real trouble that we need to face is those few factions. That Xiao Yan is merely a bug that is detestable. Back then, we made the agreement that we would not touch him within the Tianju ancient tomb. However, that is merely within the Tianju ancient tomb. At the very most, we can just finish him off before we enter to avoid any more trouble. Jian Ming's strength had actually once again advanced during this 1 year. He had already stepped into the peak of the advanced 8-star Do D class. He was only a step away from the 9-star Do D class. Cuckoo, it is unexpected that Chief Jian has already stepped into the peak of the advanced 8-star Do D class after not seeing him for a year. It is likely that he will break through to the 9th star in a couple of years. Chen Zhen smiled as he looked at Jian Ming and spoke with a fake smile. Chief Chen Zhen really praises me too much. However, I am still far inferior when compared to you. After all, you and Chief Wu have both stepped into the 9-star Do D class. Oh, that's right. I have forgotten that there are 4 of us here. Chief Ye's strength should have also improved after not seeing me for a year, right? Jian Ming's tone changed as he mocked Yi Luotian. Cuckoo, the old me was lucky and broke through to the intermediate star Do D class not long ago. I can be considered to have fallen behind the 3 of you. I have embarrassed myself in front of the 3 of you. Ha 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 ha, this is a small matter. The way of training is all about progressing step by step. It is a good thing to be able to break through. Ha 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 ha, Chen Zhen, who was seated in the leader's seat, laughed out loud. The smile on his face contained some ridicule. That's right. It is rumored that quite a number of disciples within your sect have taken the initiative to withdraw from the sect not long ago. May I know if this is true? Chen Zhen's face carried a playful smile as he continued to look at the latter after laughing out loud. Wu Jitian and Jian Ming threw their gazes toward the latter after these words were spoken. The corner of their mouths carried a slight smile. The cold smile in their eyes was not hidden at all. Ugh, cuckoo, since they are willing to withdraw, even if I am the chief, I cannot control their wills. I am merely following the will of the heavens. Yi Luotian waved his sleeves and smiled. His old face revealed an amiable smile. It was as though he was unconcerned. However, who knew where those disciples who had disappeared from the sect had gone to? Chapter 929. Time flew by. The remaining 1 month slowly passed while Xiaoyan's group waited in boredom. The human flow that had gathered at the desolate cliff had also become increasingly large. At this moment, there were over 100 elite Do Di gathered at this place. There were also an uncountable number of Ban Di experts. These people had all come for the Tianju ancient tomb. Today was the final day that Xiaoyan and the 4 large sects had agreed upon. Today, the 4 sect leaders of the 4 large sects would lead their respective factions and arrive at this place. At this moment, the entrance of the ancient tomb was already filled with densely packed human heads. These people each took a side and guarded the factions behind them. They also maintained a certain distance from each other. At a glance, there were some people among these factions whom Xiaoyan had met in Jinyao City half a year ago. However, compared to back then, the eyes of these people today contained enmity when they looked at Xiaoyan, who was seated on the cliff. 2 human figures wearing black robes were seated cross-legged at a certain spot in the crowd. The 2 pairs of eyes under the black robes revealed an additional playful expression when they looked at Xiaoyan. The corner of the mouth under the black robes was lifted into a smile. The 2 of them quietly exchanged glances and smiled. Immediately, they calmed their hearts and sat cross-legged, no longer making any movements. The hot sun shone high in the sky. The searing high temperature grilled the entire land. The surface of the land was like a piece of metal that had been heated until it was red. Although most people were able to endure such terrible weather, a portion of the Ban Di experts were unable to endure it. Some of them even fainted because of the high temperature. Those who were still bitterly enduring could only hope that the people from the 4 large sects would quickly arrive. While everyone present was bitterly waiting, another person finally hurried over from the distant horizon. Immediately, quite a number of people present threw their gazes that were filled with anticipation. However, as the distance became increasingly closer, they saw that the person leading the group was actually a young man in white robes. Despite being extremely far away, Xiaoyan was still able to recognize the young man at a glance with his eyesight. Immediately, the expression on his face became gloomy. This person was none other than Qin Yun, who had nearly caused his death in Jinyao City half a year ago. At this moment, other than Yan He and the other two who had been following beside him, there were two additional people in black robes. Moreover, under Xiao Yan's spiritual perception, the cultivations of these two people were actually 9-star Do Di. These two people were the ones who had joined forces with Yan He and the other two to swallow everyone in Jinyao City half a year ago. Unfortunately, no one knew the truth regarding the matter that had happened half a year ago until now. All they knew was that Jinyao City had suddenly disappeared. All that was left was an enormous pit. Of course, Xiao Yan, who was on the cliff, was unaware of all of this. Following the arrival of Qin Yun's group, the people in front consciously opened up a path for them. The 6 of them descended and landed in front of everyone. Qin Yun, who was leading the group, and the black-robed person beside him immediately turned their gazes to Xiao Yan on the cliff. The expression in their eyes instantly turned cold. Xiao Yan, it is really as if one can wear out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. You have really made it difficult for me to find you. TSK. Under the black robe, the mouth of the human figure emitted a low strange laughter, causing Qin Yun to feel extremely surprised in his heart. Half a year ago, when this fellow heard Xiao Yan's name, his entire body had revealed an extremely excited expression. However, the only thing that caused him to feel fortunate was that this fellow beside him did not seem to have a good impression of Xiao Yan. Instead, it was a kind of cold killing intent that was like facing an enemy. It was unexpected that this fellow would actually be unable to suppress the excitement in his heart after they had just met today. However, in the end, this black-robed person still suppressed the emotions in his heart and did not make any big movements. This also caused Qin Yun by the side to relax and quietly sigh in relief. After having seen the might of Xiao Yan's angry Buddha lotus flame, he was especially afraid of the latter. Up until now, the huge energy storm that occurred in Jinyao City half a year ago was still fresh in his memory. Once he recalled it, his heart could not help but tremble. And just as the black-robed person looked at Xiao Yan also noticed the latter. The moment their eyes met, Xiao Yan clearly felt a trace of familiar yet strange feeling. Unfortunately, both of them were extremely cautious of each other. Therefore, even Xiao Yan could not find out the source of that feeling. However, his intuition in his heart told him that this black-robed person was very dangerous. With a dignified heart, Xiao Yan turned his gaze back. At this moment, in the distance behind the crowd, from the eastern horizon, several figures were faintly flying over. In the blink of an eye, those figures had already appeared in the sight of everyone present. Immediately, the eyes of everyone present lit up slightly, and a fiery feeling immediately surged from the bottom of their hearts. The people who came were divided into 4 groups, and each group had more than 10 people. In particular, the group that was closer to the back had nearly 20 people. However, at this moment, the people present were most concerned about the leaders of these 4 groups. Those 4 people were the sect leaders of the 4 great sects of Shilin region. From left to right, they were Qinzhen of the God Refining sect, Wu Jitian of the Battle Martial sect, Jian Ming of the Sky Sword sect, and Yi Luotian of the Withered Leaf sect. Among these 4 groups, the group with the most people belonged to the Withered Leaf sect that Yi Luotian belonged to. After these 4 groups arrived, they directly rushed past everyone below and landed at the front of the group. There was a bottomless abyss in between them. On the opposite side was the entrance to the Tianju ancient tomb, which was covered by a light curtain. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on the cliff directly above the entrance. Hey, they are merely 4 sects formed by 2 initial 9-star Do Di and 2 8-star Do Di. Yet, they actually dare to act so arrogantly. Do they really think that the Western Wastelands region can be compared with the Shilin region? The key to open the ancient tomb is in their hands. They act with reason and evidence. Naturally, they would be arrogant and domineering. If those 2 Do techniques were in your hands, you might even be more overboard than them. After the disdainful laughter was emitted, a rebuttal was immediately emitted. At this moment, the people from the 4 great sects at the front of the group did not have the time to bother about it. 4 pairs of eyes were lifted at the same time. Their eyes had different expressions as they looked at Xiao Yan on the cliff. At this moment, the latter had also withdrawn his eyes and exchanged glances with the 4 of them, calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 930. The scorching sun shone down on the sandy ground. The scorching heat caused one to feel a scorching pain even through one's shoes. It was as if one was standing on red-hot coal. However, the members of the 4 great sects did not seem to care. Their gazes followed the sect leader's line of sight. At the top of the cliff, a black-robed youth was seated there. A pair of pitch-black eyes were also staring at them. The scene was silent. The whistling wind between heaven and earth seemed to have suddenly quieted down. The atmosphere gradually became strange and solemn. Suddenly, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth revealed a smile as he sat cross-legged on the cliff. Sect leaders, it has been a year since we last met. How have you been? Instantly, the solemn atmosphere in the air was instantly broken. As Xiao Yan spoke, his gaze swept across the 4 of them. When it swept past Xiao Yan, his gaze paused. At the same time, the latter's gaze towards Xiao Yan had an additional trace of viciousness. Xiao Yan, I didn't expect you to be even more anxious than us. You have actually already removed the first seal of the ancient tomb. Ignoring Xiao Yan's gaze, Qinzhen looked at the light screen in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Oh. When these words were spoken, Wu Jitian, who had not noticed this, also turned his gaze and carefully looked at the light screen. Soon after, a bright light flashed across his eyes. Indeed, the first seal of the entrance had been removed. This also meant that even without Xiao Yan, they could still enter the ancient tomb. It seems that they are not on good terms with each other. When he heard the conversation between the 2 parties, Qin Yun coldly laughed. His tone actually carried a hint of wanting to watch the show. In order to make it easier to enter the ancient tomb, I removed the first seal. Now, the remaining 2 seals will all depend on sect leader Qinzhen and sect leader Wu. Xiao Yan smiled slightly as he stood on the cliff. He was naturally able to guess the little scheme in the hearts of these people. It was just that he was unconcerned. With the current cultivation of the 4 people in front of him, it was already very difficult for them to hurt Xiao Yan. Moreover, even with the addition of Qin Yun's group, they could at most make him feel pressured. In this desolate cliff, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. Humph, we will naturally remove the seal. However, before that, we will settle this with you. With a cold laugh, Wu Jitian took a step forward. Immediately, a powerful aura swept forward like a storm, pressing towards Xiao Yan. Buzz, however, with a thought, a powerful soul force immediately gushed out when the aura arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Rank 4 soul power. This guy has actually become a rank 4 alchemist. Sensing the powerful spiritual strength that surged out of Xiao Yan's body, the expressions of the people from the 4 large sects immediately changed. Even Qinzhen, who was a rank 4 formation master, had an extremely ugly expression on his face at this moment. Behind them, at this moment, Qin Yun's fair face could not help but reveal a cold killing intent. Damn it, it must be the hibiscus flower. The hibiscus flower is actually in his hands. The moment he felt the surging soul force in Xiao Yan's body, Qin Yun immediately thought of the scene that had happened in Jinyao City half a year ago. He happily and contentedly put the so-called Fusang flower into his storage ring. It wasn't until he returned to the valley that he suddenly realized that the Fusang flower that he treated as a treasure was actually a nightmare flower that was completely useless to him. This matter had once caused Qin Yun to be greatly infuriated, and the hatred and killing intent in his heart surged wildly. Because of this, he'd even searched the entire western wastelands in order to find the mysterious person that had handed the nightmare flower to him that day. Unfortunately, he didn't know that that fellow had already died along with everyone in the city when they swallowed the entire golden brilliant city. Damn it! Qin Yun cursed angrily on the ground. This time around, it was him who was stopped by the black-robed person. I advise you not to anger him so early. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences if he escapes. Clearly, the black-robed person's words were quite effective on Qin Yun. The moment these words sounded, the latter appeared to have been splashed with cold water. He unwillingly swung his sleeves, snorted coldly and withdrew. So what if your spiritual strength has increased? In front of powerful Do Qi, just your spiritual strength alone is unable to do anything. Jian Ming let out a cold snort from the four of them. He also took a step forward. The powerful aura of an advanced 8-star Do depressured Xiao Yan as it charged toward him. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan was still unconcerned about it. Soon after, Chen Zhen by his side also unleashed a powerful aura. Only then did he force Xiao Yan, who was on the cliff, to take a step back. We have yet to enter the ancient tomb, but all of you are already unable to wait to kill me. Xiao Yan's expression was dense. The Do Qi within his body had already circulated to the Qi paths in his entire body. Haha, Xiao Yan, we know that once we enter the ancient tomb, we will be restrained by the lightning penalty oath. At that time, it will be even more difficult to deal with you. However, as long as we can finish you off before entering the ancient tomb, we will not have any misgivings. Jian Ming laughed coldly. At the same time, the tip of his foot pressed gently on the ground. His body immediately shot into the sky and was level with Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, you have caused the foundation of the 4 great clans under my command to be completely destroyed. Hundreds of years of family business have been destroyed by your hands. The old me really regrets not being able to kill you back then. However, since the heavens have given me this opportunity today, the old me will personally settle this with you. I originally thought that it was only the 4 great clans that were incompetent. It is unexpected that you, the sect leader, are also an incompetent fool. Xiao Yan involuntarily laughed coldly when he heard Jian Ming's words. Although the members of the 4 great clans had died at his hands, it was caused by Yi Luotian. At the bottom of it all, this matter was inextricably linked to Yi Luotian. However, even until now, the 4 great sects were still kept in the dark. They were really extremely foolish. What a sharp tongue. Die for the old me. Jian Ming's body suddenly shook with a furious cry. The Do Qi within his body immediately spluttered out and agglomerated into a somewhat illusionary large sword around him. A sharp sword aura shot to the sky, causing the empty space around him to tremble repeatedly, revealing tiny spatial crack lines. Today, I will let you have a taste of the strongest sword of my 7-sword skill, Soaring Sword. Ha! Soon after, Jian Ming's body transformed into a sword accompanied by an earth-shaking cry. It carried an incomparably sharp overbearing aura as it cut through the empty space and charged explosively toward Xiao Yan. From the looks of this aura, it seemed that he intended to determine the victor with a single sword. Indeed, with his advanced 8-star Do D strength, he did indeed possess the capital to face a 5-star Do D. Unfortunately, the current Xiao Yan was no longer the Xiao Yan from a year ago. His fighting strength was incomparable to the past. Soaring. I will allow you to soar to the sky with a single sword. Xiao Yan was too lazy to say any unnecessary words and delay the battle in the face of this situation. His body shook and the Dragon Phoenix bloodline within his body was instantly activated. Even the Strength Elephant skill and the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor were unleashed. At the same time, the Do Qi within his body wildly agglomerated on his right fist. A powerful strength agglomerated on his right fist as he violently threw a punch forward without any hesitation. With a punch, the advanced 8-star Do Di, Jian Ming, died. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 931. Jian Ming's body was like a pile of minced meat as he was sent flying far away in the empty space. After which, the stunned crowd heard a muffled sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. At this moment, their hearts involuntarily trembled. It was very difficult to imagine that the fellow who had been sent flying in front of their eyes was an advanced 8-star Do Di. The atmosphere in the battleground instantly became tense. a deep fear lingered in the hearts of everyone present. A couple of people in the crowd threw shocked gazes toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, Qin Zhen's group, Qin Yun's group, and the black-robed person standing by the side, who were the closest, felt shocked at the powerful strength that the human figure in the sky had displayed. Xiao Yan's group was stunned. Is he dead? This question lingered in everyone's hearts. Ever since the muffled sound was emitted from behind, there seemed to be no more activity. Moreover, they could no longer sense the slightest trace of life from Jian Ming. It seemed that the latter had really died after Xiao Yan's punch. No one turned around to take a look. It was not that they were not curious, but that they did not dare to do so. Chen Zhen and the others at the front did not need to think too much. They had clearly seen that Jian Ming's body had been forcefully shattered by Xiao Yan's punch. That kind of powerful strength was something that even they did not dare to underestimate. Even Wu Jitian, who was known for his physical body, did not dare to do so. This brat, what has he done during this 1 year? How could his strength have increased by so much? Even though Wu Jitian was unwilling to believe it, the truth was already placed in front of him. He could not afford to doubt it. Xiao Yan's body stood steadily in the sky. His fist, which had been thrown forward, slowly opened. He immediately beckoned with his hand and a suction force immediately surged from his palm. Soon after, a storage ring flew over from the distant sky. It was Jian Ming's storage ring. Since he had already killed Jian Ming, Xiao Yan would naturally not let go of the spoils of war. After all, this was the storage ring of an 8-star Do Di. The collection within it was extremely valuable. Xiao Yan did not wish to easily miss out on such a good resource. Xiao Yan kept the storage ring. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. He looked at Qin Zhen and the others below. His cold face was instantly covered with a warm smile as he said, "The three of you, do you still plan to kill me now?" The three of them frowned when they heard this. Their old faces involuntarily turned green. They were the ones who had said that they wanted to kill Xiao Yan. Now that things had developed into such a situation, they felt quite helpless in their hearts. Once they made a move, it was very likely that they would end up like Jian Ming. However, if they did not make a move, they would lose all their face. Of us. It was also at this moment that an elder from the Celestial Sword sect stepped forward. He roared at Wu Jitian and the others furiously and unwillingly. He hoped that the three of them would consider the alliance and take revenge for Jian Ming. Pa! The old man's incessant chatter was met with a furious slap from Wu Jitian. With the strength of a 9-star Do Di, the old man's body was violently sent flying under Wu Jitian's powerful physical strength even though it was merely a slap against a 7-star Do Di. Bastard! Since when did it become your turn to dictate what I do? You are right. Our 4 sects are indeed in an alliance. However, this is only based on the relationship between the sect leaders. Now that your Sky Sword sect's sect leader is dead, you still want me to form an alliance with you? Do you think you are worthy? Everyone from the Sky Sword Gate immediately became quiet after this explosive cry. The prestige of a 9-star Do Di was not something that they could easily come into contact with. At this moment, the 7-star Do Di who was sent flying by Wu Jitian's slap unwillingly shrank back. Humph! Wu Jitian coldly glanced at everyone from the Sky Sword sect before withdrawing his gaze. Chen Zhen and Yi Luo Tian by the side watched with cold eyes. They had no intention of stepping in. Soon after, the three of them turned their gazes towards Xiao Yan. We can temporarily put aside the grudge between us. However, we will definitely not let this matter rest. Wu Jitian's expression was dense. Although he wished that he could kill Xiao Yan, he did not dare to recklessly seek Jian Ming's future. Haha, relax. Even if you will let this matter rest, I will not let you off. Xiao Yan smiled slightly when he heard this. His relaxed manner caused the hearts of the three people in front of him to sink. For some unknown reason, even with their strength, they felt powerless when facing Xiao Yan once again. The latter's strength had already appeared beyond their control. This caused them to feel regret in their hearts. They regretted not being able to kill Xiao Yan back then. If that was the case, it was likely that everything today would not have happened. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Times were different. They were destined to no longer have the opportunity to kill Xiao Yan. Two sect leaders, let's open the Tianju ancient tomb first. We can't just continue to wait here. That's right, that's right. Quickly open the ancient tomb. Open the ancient tomb. Seeing that there was no longer any activity between Xiao Yan and the remaining three great sects, everyone present immediately turned their attention back to the Tianju ancient tomb. Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian exchanged glances with each other when they heard the urging voice that caused one to feel irritated being transmitted from behind. They hesitated for a moment before nodding heavily. After which, the two of them took a step forward and walked in front of the light curtain. Each of them unleashed the surging Do Qi within their bodies. Soon after, an enormous energy palm and energy finger swiftly agglomerated above the two of them. Within a short couple of breaths, the palm and finger flew forward and smashed into the energy barrier in front of them. Hum hum hum, immediately, a buzzing sound was emitted from the light curtain. Soon after, everyone could clearly see the light on the originally solid energy light curtain gradually dim. It flickered faintly and the light curtain became increasingly thin until it became transparent. It was a long while later before the energy light curtain completely disappeared. The entrance of the ancient tomb behind it also completely appeared in front of everyone present. At this moment, everyone present stared at the entrance of the ancient tomb in front of them with fiery hot eyes. Their bodies involuntarily trembled slightly. The blood within everyone's body began to boil at this moment. The moment that they had been waiting for a long time had finally arrived. The Tianju ancient tomb was officially opened. Chapter 932. Rumble. At the same time when the entrance to the ancient tomb was opened, numerous huge blue thunderbolts suddenly surged out from the surrounding walls within the deep tunnel. They were like numerous huge snakes, and in the blink of an eye, they filled the entire entrance. Instantly, the crowd that was extremely excited a moment ago quickly quietened down. Many solemn gazes stared at the terrifying thunderbolts in the tunnel. They could feel an extremely frightening power from them. It was hard to imagine how serious the injuries would be if they were hit by them. Esteemed Tianju is indeed worthy of being the #1 person in the Western region. The work of nearly 1,000 years ago is still so powerful even now. It's really impressive. Looks like we can only take this lightning array head-on. It's impossible to dodge it. The thunderbolts in the tunnel seemed to have sealed off the entire tunnel. There was no way for them to escape. It was simply a fantasy. Sect leader Chen Zhen is having it easy. With your strength as a rank 4 array master, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to resist the thunderbolts with your array. Wu Jitian turned his gaze and looked at Chen Zhen with a smile. Ha, sect leader Wu, why do you have to belittle yourself? Your physical body is also at the peak level. I'm afraid that it hasn't improved for many years. If you can go through the special refinement of these thunderbolts, it might be able to increase your strength. Speaking of which, these thunderbolts might be troublesome to us, but to you, it's a great training resource. I'll take your blessings. Wu Jitian smiled in a non-committal manner. After which, numerous figures flew out from behind him and charged into the thunderbolts. Crackle, instantly, these people seemed to have been thrown into a pot of boiling oil. Thunderbolts were constantly being stirred up and violently collided with their bodies. Miserable shrieks were unceasing. The Do Di experts were still fine, but the majority of the half-emperors that charged in were instantly turned into ashes by the thunderbolts, except for some of the stronger ones. Hiss! Following the appearance of this shocking scene, the remaining crowd involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air. The crowd quickly became chaotic as various emotions continuously rose in their hearts. Their greedy eyes stared unwillingly at the entrance of the old tomb in front of them. It was a long time before someone finally withdrew. In the face of life and death, everything no longer seemed so worth it. A mere lightning bolt wants to stop this young master. Let's go. At the front of the crowd, Qin Yun's eyes were cold as he looked at the tunnel that was filled with thunderbolts. He snorted coldly and waved his hand. After which, he led the few people behind him and leaped into the tunnel. Soon after, when everyone gradually calmed down, the major forces began to take action one after another. Although the lightning in the passageway was dangerous, it did not pose a fatal threat to them. Not long after, it was the turn of the three great sections. The first to enter the passageway was naturally Wu Jitian, who was extremely confident. Under his lead, the group of elite Do Di from the battle martial sect stepped into the tunnel together. In the face of the lightning, other than neutralizing most of its strength, the remaining portion was automatically placed into their bodies, allowing the lightning to pass through their bodies. Under the waves of pain, the physical strength of this group of people was indeed slowly increasing. Under the refinement of the threads of lightning, even the physical strength of Wu Jitian's Do Di had increased once again. Just based on this, the old me has not lost out on this trip to the old tomb. Ha ha ha, although his body was continuously being struck by the lightning, Wu Jitian's heart was filled with joy. After which, it was Qinjin's turn. Just like what Wu Jitian had said, with the latter's strength as a rank 4 formation master, it was not difficult for him to deal with the lightning. However, in order to protect the people from the sect behind him, he had to slow down his speed of passing through the tunnel. Xiao Yan only entered the tunnel after a long time. Faced with the incoming lightning, Xiao Yan's method was simple and crude. With a flick of his finger, the Northern King's body immediately appeared in front of him. Faced with the lightning, the strange suction force within the Northern King's body suddenly surged. No matter how large the lightning was, it was unceremoniously swallowed into the Northern King's body and forcefully refined by the Northern King. The frightening lightning, which was something that others could not avoid, had nowhere to hide in Xiao Yan's body. Under the strange suction force of the Northern King, the seemingly powerful lightning was not left behind at all wherever it passed. The strength of the Northern King swiftly soared under this wild swallowing. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the level of a 7-star Do Di. Xiao Yan's advancing speed did not decrease as he wildly swallowed without stopping. Instead, he became faster and faster. Gradually, even the thunderbolts that repeatedly shot out from the wall were unable to keep up with the Northern King's swallowing speed. From this, one could imagine just how swift the Northern King swallowed the thunderbolts. Of course, blindly swallowing did not mean that the Northern King had completely absorbed the strength of the lightning. This process of refining and absorbing would likely require a very long time. However, the Northern King's strength was still rising. While Xiao Yan was swiftly flying, a bolt of lightning coincidentally charged into Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan's heart was suddenly startled by this powerful energy that had suddenly charged into his body. By the time he recovered, the lightning had already spread throughout Xiao Yan's body. It had even reached every cell in his body. An intense pain assaulted him. Xiao Yan was unable to endure this intense pain. The expression on his face instantly became distorted. However, the frightening lightning quickly came under Xiao Yan's control under the wild refinement of the bone-chilling flame. The wild and violent energy within the frightening lightning was gradually removed under the refinement of Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Of course, the lightning that had already merged with Xiao Yan's muscles and bones could not be easily removed. Hence, Xiao Yan could only helplessly endure the numbness that was emitted from deep within his body. He waited for the remaining lightning energy to completely merge with his muscles and bones. At the same time, the lightning was also gradually refined until it was pure under the refinement of the bone-chilling flame. It turned into an enormous energy that poured into Xiao Yan's vortex. With the injection of such an enormous energy, Xiao Yan clearly discovered that his strength, which had just broken through, had immediately stabilized. Finally, after Xiao Yan had completely absorbed this energy, his strength had risen by another level. He had reached the middle stage of the 6-star Do Di class. Within a short few months, his cultivation had risen from the advanced stage of the 5-star Do Di class to the middle stage of the 6-star Do Di class. This speed was likely something that even some of the seed-level geniuses within the super sects might not be able to achieve. When Xiao Yan discovered that his aura had risen at the same time, the strength of the Northern King in front of him had risen at an even more frightening rate. At this moment, the strength of the Northern King had already risen to the advanced stage of the 8-star Do D class. Such strength was likely not inferior to even the ancestors of some factions. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 933. The lightning tunnel was very long. Adding the frightening thunderbolts within it, it caused most of the people to involuntarily cry out that they were about to collapse. However, with Xiao Yan's speed, he merely used around an hour to cover this distance. Very quickly, the thunderbolts in front of him completely disappeared. A large hall appeared in front of Xiao Yan. After exiting the lightning tunnel, Xiao Yan's body gradually descended. Soon after, his feet stepped on the ground. In front of the large hall was a large open ground. At this moment, quite a number of factions had already gathered in the open ground. The 3 large sects and Qin Yun's group were also present. Xiao Yan's appearance immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the open ground. After what had happened earlier, Xiao Yan's name was currently engraved in their hearts. Quite a number of people's faces revealed an especially fearful expression when they saw him. Seeing that Xiao Yan had caught up so quickly, the expression in Chen Zhen's eyes involuntarily hardened. Looking at this refreshed manner of Xiao Yan, it seemed that the latter had not been affected by the lightning tunnel. On the other hand, although nothing unexpected had happened to Chen Zhen's group, the doqi in their bodies had been greatly exhausted. This also caused their auras to fluctuate a little. They were not as steady and long as Xiao Yan. On the other side, Qin Yun's group also threw their unfriendly gazes toward Xiao Yan. Their gazes paused on the latter for a moment before turning their heads to look at the large hall in front of them. Xiao Yan ignored these gazes. His gaze landed on the large hall at the front of the crowd the moment he stepped into the open ground. The large hall was extremely majestic. It reached all the way to the dome and connected to the stone walls. It was impossible to fly through it. Below, an extremely thick and heavy stone door blocked the path of everyone present. On both sides of the stone door, there was an enormous stone pillar. At this moment, there were actually 2 enormous lightning dragons coiled around it. These 2 lightning dragons were different from the thunderbolts in the tunnel earlier. Their bodies were even stronger and larger. Waves of lightning lingered over their blue bodies. The strength that was emitted from them caused people to raise their eyebrows. The arrival of Xiao Yan's group had already woken these 2 lightning dragons, which had been in a long slumber for nearly 1,000 years, from their long slumber. Xiao Yan's face involuntarily revealed a strange expression as he looked at the 2 lightning dragons. He pondered in his heart. He did not know if his Northern King could swallow and absorb these 2 lightning dragons. If that was the case, the Northern King's strength would once again rise to a new level. At that time, he might have some confidence once he encountered that mysterious black-robed person in Qin Yun's group. The awakening of the 2 lightning dragons caused quite a number of people present to reveal solemn expressions. The strength of these 2 beasts was likely not inferior to Chen Zhen's group. They were powerful thunderbolts that were comparable to a 9-star Do D. Even within the entire western region, there were very few people who could contend with them. Yet, they were actually only used to guard the entrance of this heaven-end ancient tomb. One could imagine just how dangerous the deeper regions of this ancient tomb were. Of course, although everyone clearly understood this point in their hearts, they also understood that danger and opportunity often coexisted. As long as they were able to survive these dangers, their rewards would definitely be extremely gratifying. Looks like the thunderbolts outside were merely a small test. This place is the true entrance to the ancient tomb. At the front of the crowd, the ancestors of a few large factions raised their turbid eyes and looked at the 2 lightning dragons in front of them. Their gazes swept over this majestic large hall and involuntarily sighed. Huh! There is actually a formation restriction on this stone door. From the looks of it, this Tianju did not only rely on doqi back then. From the looks of it, his attainment in the way of formations is likely quite high. Chen Zhen's gaze swept over the stone door in front of him. After sensing the familiar strength that it contained, he quickly discovered this point. Oh. Formation huh? Hee, Qinzhen, you have the greatest understanding of formations among us. You can be said to be extremely knowledgeable. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can open this formation? Wu Jitian chuckled and turned his attention to Qinzhen. In his heart, he clearly knew that the two lightning dragons in front of him were not inferior to him. In fact, they were even stronger than him and Qinzhen. If they were to forcefully attack, it would only bring them endless trouble. Before they truly entered the ancient tomb, he did not want to waste his strength in vain. Wu Jitian, your words might sound nice, but aren't you thinking too highly of me? I'm only a Tier 4 array master, but the seal on this stone door is at least a Tier 5 one. I can't break it at all. If I try to break it by force, I'm afraid I'll only destroy the seal. If I trigger some unknown force and cause the tomb to collapse, we'll all die here. Although his words were plain and ordinary, when it reached the ears of everyone present, their hearts trembled slightly. Even the black-robed man beside Qin Yun was no exception. Then what should we do? Don't tell me that we are just going to waste our time here. I can't wait that long. Wu Jitian curled his lips and growled impatiently. Qinzhen helplessly shook his head. He lifted his gaze and looked at the two lightning dragons in front of him. He helplessly said, from the looks of this formation, it should be connected to these two lightning dragons. In other words, these two lightning dragons are very likely to be the key to unlocking the formation. In other words, the only way to open this stone door is to defeat these two lightning dragons. When Qinzhen said these words, the muscles on Wu Jitian's face twitched. At the same time, the surrounding crowd could not help but whisper. Xiao Yan, who was standing behind, quietly stood there. If there was no need, he did not want to attempt this now. Rather than rushing to act, it was better to observe the situation first. If there was someone who could resolve it, it would save him some effort. After a short period of time, an old man wearing a gray robe slowly walked out from the crowd. He walked to the front of the crowd. As the old man stepped out, a powerful aura spread out from his body. A quasi-9-star Do-Di. This strength was even a little inferior when compared to Qinzhen and Wu Jitian. However, he could be considered one of the few experts present. Xiao Yan had never seen this old man before. However, he did not take him to heart. The western region was vast and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The strength of some of the low-key factions was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. This point could be seen from the so-called 4 large sects of the western region. The old man slowly walked out under the crowd's gaze. A vast aura was released and a powerful Do-Chi lingered around his body like a long snake. Very soon, the old man's figure arrived between the two stone pillars. At the same time, the two pairs of huge eyes of the two awakened lightning dragons stared intently at the old man. Chi! Suddenly, the two lightning dragons moved together just as the gray-robed old man took a step forward. They twisted their bodies and two sharp claws attacked the old man from the left and right. A powerful strength easily tore the empty space apart. In the blink of an eye, they had already descended on the two sides of the old man. Back off. The old man did not panic when he saw this. His expression was calm as he twisted his body. At the same time, powerful Do-Chi spluttered out from his body. He raised both of his arms and pushed them forward. With the support of his powerful Do-Chi, he easily blocked the attacks of the two lightning dragons. Soon after, the old man's arms suddenly shook. A powerful force suddenly erupted and forcefully pushed back the claws of the two lightning dragons. You are merely two beasts formed from a formation. You actually wish to stop the old me. The old man immediately laughed out loud after forcing back the two lightning dragons with a single palm. Do-Chi surged and his body moved. He flew into the air and powerful Do-Chi continued to shoot out, suppressing the two lightning dragons for a short period of time. The people below were non-committal as they watched what appeared to be a one-sided battle. This old man had already used his Do-Chi at the beginning in order to suppress the two lightning dragons. On the other hand, the two lightning dragons had not truly used their strength other than relying on their brute force. The two lightning dragons appeared to be unable to retaliate under the attack of the old man. However, it was likely that the old man would not be able to resist if the lightning dragons were to truly attack. He is about to lose. Chen Zhen watched the intense battle in the arena. His mouth faintly sighed. Soon after, a glaring blue-colored lightning glow flashed on the surface of the two lightning dragons. Frightening thunderbolts surged in all directions and instantly shattered the attack of the gray-robed old man. Soon after, the remaining strength heavily smashed into the old man's body, sending him flying. Soon after, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian exchanged glances in front of the shocked eyes of everyone present. They immediately nodded heavily. Their toes pressed on the ground as their eyes turned back. Their bodies immediately rushed forward. Soon after, they began to fight with the two lightning dragons. Rumble, intense Do-Chi explosions reverberated over the arena. Thunderbolts shot out and Do-Chi flew wildly. The battle in the arena was extremely intense. It caused everyone below to be dazzled as they watched. Their mouths involuntarily clicked their tongues in amazement. The battle in the arena continued for a long time. The two lightning dragons gradually fell into a disadvantageous position in front of everyone's eyes. It seemed that they were about to be defeated. However, it was at this moment that a bright green glow suddenly flashed on the two stone pillars that the lightning dragons were occupying. Soon after, the two lightning dragons actually coiled around each other in front of Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian's grave eyes. Finally, they merged into a huge green dragon. The battle continued. However, this time around, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Soon after, they were also forced back by this huge green dragon. Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian were thus declared defeated. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 934. Damn it, I didn't expect this bastard to actually merge. Humph, this bastard. You can't win, so you rely on merging. Unorthodox methods. If not for this, I would have smashed you into pieces. On the ground, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian coldly looked at the huge dragon that had already merged. The latter's face was filled with unwillingness. If the two huge dragons had not taken the opportunity to merge, he would have had the chance to finish it off. After all, it was only a formation. Its battle experience was far from being comparable to a real living person. Although it was powerful, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian had a certain chance of winning if they were to really fight. However, the appearance of this green dragon had turned the situation around in an instant. The merging of the two lightning dragons had caused the green dragon's strength to become even more powerful. At this moment, the green dragon's strength was comparable to a middle stage 9-star Do-D. It was not that no one present had such strength. However, they were all waiting for one another. They were waiting because there would be someone who could not help but make a move. Since no one is making a move, let me give it a try. Xiao Yan smiled at the back of the crowd. His toes gently pressed on the ground. Immediately, his body flew over everyone's heads like a huge bird. His footsteps landed steadily at the front of the crowd. He lifted his gaze and looked at the green lightning dragon in front of him. Roar! Immediately, a low and deep beast roar was emitted from the lightning dragon's mouth. It caused circles of invisible spatial ripples in the empty space. Behind him, everyone could not help but be startled when they saw Xiao Yan suddenly step forward. This was especially so for those who had a conflict with Xiao Yan. They could not help but frown. Based on their understanding of the former, this fellow was very smart. How could he take the initiative to attack? However, they could not figure out why he would do so from the looks of it. At the front, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a smile. His body moved and he soared into the sky, standing in front of the huge dragon. Scanning the lightning dragon in front of him, Xiao Yan's eyes could not help but be filled with anticipation. Immediately after, the lightning dragon in front of him did not hesitate. Its huge body suddenly twisted, and its huge dragon tail swept towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. His body moved and the sky extinction step was unleashed. At the same time, he flicked his finger and the Northern King's body appeared in front of him. Its body charged toward the enormous dragon tail without dodging. Boom! With a muffled bang, the Northern King actually hugged the thick dragon tail. A terrifying force erupted, and the dragon tail, which was 2 to 3 times the size of the Northern King's, was tightly wrapped around the Azure Dragon's chest from front to back. A painful roar immediately came from the Azure Dragon's mouth. Roar! Along with the roar came waves of powerful lightning energy. They ruthlessly bombarded the Northern King's body from top to bottom. However, everyone present could clearly see that when the powerful lightning energy approached the Northern King, a strange suction force surged out from the latter's body. Any lightning that came close to the Northern King was unceremoniously devoured by the Northern King. This is his puppet. In the next moment, the expressions on the faces of Qin Yun and the rest, who had some understanding of the Northern King, changed. Although others did not know, they knew very well that Xiao Yan's puppet had an inexplicable suppressive effect on lightning energy. Lightning, which was extremely dangerous and overbearing in the eyes of others, was not dangerous to the Northern King. Instead, it would help him grow. Stop him. Don't let that puppet devour this lightning dragon. At this moment, Qin Yun's group finally understood the reason why Xiao Yan had appeared. They could not help but exclaim. Yan He and the other 2 behind him were the first to charge toward Xiao Yan. After them was the other 9-star Do Di. As for the black-robed person beside Qin Yun, he did not take even half a step away from Qin Yun. It was as though he was purposely protecting the latter. On the other side, a terrifying suction force continued to surge out from within the Northern King's body. A moment later, the dragon tail that had been wrapped around his chest had strangely entered the Northern King's body. At this moment, the Northern King was devouring the lightning dragon at a speed visible to the naked eye. The lightning dragon was completely unaware of this. It continued to use lightning to bombard the Northern King's body. However, the numerous lightning strikes were all swallowed into the Northern King's body. After a quick refinement, they were all absorbed by the Northern King. At the same time, the Northern King's strength was also rapidly increasing. It was also at this moment that Yan He and the other 2, as well as the other black-robed person, moved together. They spread out and arrived behind the Northern King, intending to attack. However, just as they were about to attack, a black figure suddenly flashed out and blocked in front of them. It was Xiao Yan. Cuckoo, instead of attacking me, the master, you want to attack my puppet. What a good idea. Xiao Yan laughed coldly. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. Xiao Yan, don't tell me that you can't wait to die. Yan He let out a cold cry. At the same time that his body trembled, a powerful Do Qi energy swept out from within his body, bringing about waves of wind pressure. Ha! The other 3 people around him also let out a low cry. Their bodies shook as they released the Do Qi within their bodies. Together, they pressured Xiao Yan. Force Elephant's skill, activate. Xiao Yan let out an explosive cry in his heart. The enormous force within his body immediately gathered. The illusionary figure behind him merged into his body the moment it rose, causing Xiao Yan's strength to become even stronger. At the same time, the Do Qi within the vortex also began to circulate rapidly. The enormous Do Qi quickly covered his entire body. Yan He was the first to bear the brunt. In the blink of an eye, his body had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. He twisted his body and sent a kick toward Xiao Yan's chest. The whistling wind whistled in front of him. Xiao Yan's expression was calm. Enormous spiritual energy surged out. All the movements of the person in front of him became slow under the cover of the spiritual energy. After which, Xiao Yan turned his body and stood to the side. He grabbed the latter's ankle and violently flung him away. However, without giving Xiao Yan any chance to catch his breath, the human figure in the empty space in front of him once again rushed over. Do Qi shot out and aimed directly at Xiao Yan's throat. His footsteps changed as he used the sky extinction steps. Those dochi pillars that were shooting over narrowly brushed past Xiao Yan's body. Soon after, Xiao Yan's right hand suddenly clenched into a fist. A powerful energy crazily agglomerated on his fist. With a punch, he forcefully forced back a 9-star Do Di who was charging over in front of him. Damn it, this brat's physical strength is really frightening. The expression of the black-robed person changed slightly. His mouth involuntarily cursed. The hand that had just received a punch from Xiao Yan was currently trembling under his sleeves. In the face of Xiao Yan's powerful physical strength, even though he was a 9-star Do Di, he was still defeated in one blow without any preparation. Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he was surrounded by 4 people. Facing 4 9-star Do Di at the same time really made him feel powerless. In the beginning, he was able to use the Force Elephant skill to block 1 or 2 of their attacks. However, as his physical strength continued to deplete, some of the drawbacks were gradually revealed. His physical strength was gradually unable to keep up. On the other hand, the 4 Do Di in front of him were still attacking fiercely. During this period of time, there were a few times when they wanted to stop the Northern King from swallowing the lightning dragon, but they were forcefully stopped by Xiao Yan. By relying on the sky extinction steps, even if Xiao Yan was unable to defeat the 4 people in front of him, he was still confident that he could protect himself. In this kind of high-intensity battle, Xiao Yan's strength was depleted extremely quickly. However, at the same time, his combat experience was also becoming increasingly profound. Just think about it. The current Xiao Yan was able to remain unscathed under the attacks of 4 9-star Do Di. If he were to face a 9-star Do Di again in the future, wouldn't he be able to easily deal with them? As for Chen Zhen and the others, although they wished that they could kill Xiao Yan in their hearts, they could only helplessly withdraw their thoughts when they recalled the lightning penalty oath. They only hated Xiao Yan's craftiness in using the lightning penalty oath to restrict their movements. Damn it, this brat is really troublesome. We can't be delayed by him any longer. Attack first and destroy the lightning dragon. The black-robed man cursed hatefully. His body moved and he quickly swept past Xiao Yan. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the latter was being delayed by Yan He and the other 2 to step forward and destroy the lightning dragon that was about to be completely devoured by the Northern King. However, in the next instant, when the black-robed man arrived in front of the North King, the originally motionless North King suddenly turned around and fiercely pressed the remaining dragon head from his chest into his body. Almost at the same time, he raised both his fists, and with the terrifying power of lightning, he ruthlessly smashed them into the chest of the black-robed man, who was still in a daze. Bang! In an instant, a frighteningly powerful force immediately gushed out from the Northern King's fists. It was mixed with an extremely powerful and violent lightning force. With an unstoppable force, it instantly destroyed the black-robed man's meridians and internal organs. In just an instant, the black-robed man was seriously injured. Ugh! The black-robed man's face suddenly turned deathly pale. A large mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out from his mouth. Soon after, it was instantly destroyed into nothingness by the lightning that lingered around the Northern King's body. Bang! As a muffled explosion sounded from within the black-robed man's body, the latter's body immediately flew backwards uncontrollably. Soon after, he heavily smashed into the stone door of the hall. A powerful force and lightning force poured out, and the heavy stone door opened with a loud bang. In an instant, the 2 battlefields simultaneously quieted down. The crowd below also cast their shocked gazes towards the purple-gold figure in the air, whose body flickered with lightning. At the very front of the crowd, the faces of Chen Zhen and Qin Yun's group also turned ashen at this moment. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 935. The Northern King had seriously injured that 9-star Do Di with a single strike. This powerful deterrence caused everyone present to be shocked. Chen Zhen, Qin Yun, and the other factions who had a grudge with Xiao Yan had an especially gloomy expression on their faces at this moment. This was especially true for Qin Yun. The one who had been seriously injured by the Northern King earlier was his subordinate. However, from the looks of it, that fellow would no longer have the fate to enter this old tomb. A seriously injured 9-star Do-D would require a very long period of time just to recover from his injuries. The environment of this ancient tomb was extremely dangerous. Adding this to the other factions, his seriously injured body would sooner or later become a burden to them. Moreover, even if Qin Yun agreed to continue bringing him along, this fellow beside him would definitely not agree. However, the thing that caused Qin Yun to feel the most solemn was the Northern King, who had swallowed the lightning dragon. From the looks of that strike earlier, the Northern King's strength was likely comparable to an intermediate 9-star Do-D. Such strength, in addition to Xiao Yan, was sufficient to shake any faction present. Qin Yun's expression involuntarily became even more green when he thought of this. He had not expected that Xiao Yan's fighting strength would soar to such an extent within half a year. If he was unable to kill Xiao Yan during this trip to the old tomb, Xiao Yan would definitely become a great threat to him in the near future. The greater the strength that Xiao Yan possessed, the greater the threat he posed to them. Xiao Yan was the first person who had caused Qin Yun to feel such a threat since he was born. At this moment, Xiao Yan's body flashed. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing beside the Northern King. His gaze swept over the crowd below. When he saw the green faces of Qin Yun's group, he involuntarily laughed coldly in his heart. His gaze quickly landed on the Northern King. The Northern King's fighting strength had clearly increased after swallowing this lightning dragon. Although it had reached the intermediate 9-star Do-D level, it was obvious that the lightning strength within its body had yet to be fully absorbed and refined. Xiao Yan was still unable to control the enormous lightning energy contained within the lightning dragon's body in the lightning tunnel. However, Xiao Yan believed that with the Northern King's unique physique, he would be able to refine all of the lightning energy in the near future. At that time, the Northern King's strength would rise once again. With this thought in mind, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth could not help but reveal a satisfied smile. From the looks of it, this trip to the Tianzhu ancient tomb was already worth it. Not only had his strength stabilized at the mid-6-star Do-D realm, but the Northern King had also reached the level of a 9-star Do-D. With such a combination, Xiao Yan believed that as long as he did not encounter an origin transformation expert, he would be able to guarantee his safety. With a thought, Xiao Yan stored the North King into his storage ring. Then, he lifted his head and looked at the open door of the hall. Behind the stone door, Xiao Yan could see some buildings. However, the group had not stepped in yet, so they could not see clearly. The tip of Xiao Yan's foot pressed against the empty air. His body did not hesitate at all as he charged through the door of the hall. Tianzhu was the strongest person in the western region. Xiao Yan was not worried that there would be any hidden danger within his ancient tomb. Just like the lightning tunnel and the lightning dragon that they had met earlier, any mechanism would be completely placed in front of them. This was the pride of a strong person. They would disdain to use such despicable methods. Xiao Yan was not worried about Tianzhu being the strongest person in the western region. After Xiao Yan entered, everyone behind him also entered in a single file. It was as though they were afraid that Xiao Yan would sweep away all the treasures within. Chen Zhen and the others exchanged glances with each other. After which, their bodies moved and entered the large hall in front of them. Once everyone passed through the door, everything in front of them gradually became clear. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they stared at the scene in front of them. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the people from the major factions could not help but click their tongues in amazement. At the front of the group, Xiao Yan lifted his eyes to look at the vast and boundless buildings in front of him. He was also shocked. At this moment, what appeared in front of everyone was a vast underground city that stretched as far as the eye could see. The boundless buildings extended to the end of their line of sight. Every building was displayed in a different posture. Although it had experienced nearly 1,000 years of history, the buildings did not decay due to the erosion of time. Instead, they appeared ancient and awe-inspiring. Such magnificent buildings could be said to be peerless. In the entire world, there was probably no other city that could compare to them. As for the crowd that had rushed in, they hurriedly spread out. After glancing around with greedy eyes, they hurriedly rushed into the buildings and could not wait to search for the treasures in the ancient tomb. Looking at the crowd, Xiao Yan sighed and shook his head. He could not help but feel pity for this ancient city. Immediately after, Xiao Yan turned his gaze and immediately recognized the path. He looked straight ahead. There, in the center of the entire city, was a straight and wide street that seemed to be specially made to lead the way for them. Seeing this, Xiao Yan did not hesitate. He followed the street and flew forward at an extremely fast speed. He hoped to pass through the city in the shortest amount of time. This time, Xiao Yan's goal was extremely clear. He only wanted to obtain the soul source energy and the other part of the origin returning art that Tianju had left behind. As for the cultivation inheritance, although Xiao Yan was also interested, he clearly knew that there would be many experts who would enter the ancient tomb this time around. Once they saw the cultivation inheritance of Tianju, they would definitely fight. Under such circumstances, even Xiao Yan had no choice but to retreat. Hence, the chances of obtaining the soul source energy and the origin returning art were greater. At the same time, they were also the most attractive to Xiao Yan. After all, these two things were crucial to Xiao Xian's resurrection. Even if he did not want the Douqi inheritance, Xiao Yan must obtain the soul source energy and the origin returning art. Chen Zhen, Wu Jitian and the rest frowned slightly when they saw Xiao Yan's impatient manner. Their bodies moved and they led the experts from their respective sects as they hurriedly gave chase. Behind them, Yi Luotian slowly passed through the stone door. Just as he entered, the black-robed person beside Qin Yun exchanged glances with him without batting an eyelid. At the same time, Yi Luotian's sleeves fluttered in a strange manner. However, he did not alarm anyone around him. Behind him, over a dozen long-robed sect members whose faces could not be seen clearly quickly followed and entered the stone door. What should we do with this fellow? At this moment, Qin Yun's attention was focused on the seriously injured 9-star Do Di. The latter had already fainted. His aura had already dropped to the extreme. If he was not treated, it was likely that he would die at any moment. Oh. This fellow, huh? What is the point of keeping a person who is about to die? But he is after all me, Qin Yun frowned when he heard the hoarse voice of the black-robed person. Before the words from his mouth sounded, the black-robed person waved his large sleeve. A strange suction force surged out from under his sleeve. Soon after, one could see the seriously injured 9-star Do Di's body trembling intensely uncontrollably. After which, a somewhat illusionary human figure flew into his sleeve and ceased moving in the blink of an eye. You, young master, there is no need to panic. He is merely a piece of trash. I am merely helping you take him in. Moreover, although you will lose a 9-star Do Di because of this, you will also obtain an even greater strength at the same time. Qin Yun's expression was green. He was just about to open his mouth when he was stopped by the strange laughter of the black-robed person. What do you mean by these words? Qin Yun frowned tightly. A 9-star Do Di was something that even he could not afford to lose. Yet, this fellow actually dared to make sarcastic remarks here. If it was not because he was afraid of the latter's strength, it was likely that he would not have been able to endure it. Humph humph, now is still not the time. You will know not long later. However, before that, it is best that we follow that group of people. Otherwise, if we lose them, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us. Qin Yun was initially startled when he heard this. He turned his gaze and saw that Chen Zhen's group was about to disappear from the edge of his sight. Only then did he viciously glare at the black-robed person. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. He swung his sleeves violently and led Yan He and the other two behind him as they hurriedly gave chase. After which, the black-robed person watched Qin Yun's back. The face under the black robe that was covered by the mask revealed a strange smile. After which, he moved and followed closely behind. Just as the black-robed person followed a few steps behind, two figures wearing black robes slowly stepped in from outside the stone door. Two pairs of eyes under the black robes stared intently at the back of the black-robed person. A glint flickered deep within their eyes. As the human flow continued to enter, an old man wearing a white robe was following behind a handsome young man who was also wearing a white robe. The few people following behind them were also wearing similar outfits. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that there was a clan emblem on their chests. The picture on the clan emblem looked like a bird spreading its wings and soaring, appearing extremely domineering. At this moment, this group of people was stepping into this place with slightly faster footsteps. Numerous gazes swept in all directions, appearing to be searching for something. Young master, that Xiao Yan does not appear to be staying here. Beside the young man, the white-robed old man's turbid eyes swept across the huge city in front of him. Surprise flashed across his eyes, but at the same time, he did not see Xiao Yan's figure, who had already disappeared into the distance. He immediately frowned and reported to the young man beside him. "Don't stop. Go straight to the main hall. He must be there." Hearing this, the young man's eyes immediately narrowed. An ice-cold glint flashed across the depths of his sky-blue eyes. Immediately after, his body moved. The few people behind him walked into the air together with him. They followed the straight street in front of them and quickly flew towards the depths of the ancient tomb, calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 936. The vastness of the city seemed to have far exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. By the time he regained his senses, the noise behind him had already disappeared. As for the tall stone door, it had also disappeared without a trace. Until a certain moment, a change suddenly occurred in the straight streets of the city that stretched as far as the eye could see. The street that was originally straight to the ends suddenly split in the middle and split into 5 different streets. Xiao Yan's body also stopped in front of these 5 streets. Sweeping his gaze across these 5 streets, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. In his heart, he recalled what Tianning had said to him back then. Within the Tianzhu ancient tomb, there were 3 different halls. The lifetime of Tianzhu's cultivation was also split into 3 and sealed in a hall. The method to open the hall was to use the skill that Tianzhu was famous for. However, looking at these 5 streets in front of him, Xiao Yan could imagine that the path that led to the 3 halls should be among these 5 streets. However, it was a little troublesome to find the correct hall from among them. Even though only 2 of these 5 streets were fake, there was still the risk of making a mistake if one was not careful. Once Qinzhen's group managed to seize the opportunity, regardless of whether it was the Douqi inheritance, the spiritual source strength, or the return to source skill, he might miss all of them by the skin of his teeth. Regardless of how small the chances were, he could not afford to make a mistake. Sweeping his gaze back and forth across the 5 streets in front of him, Xiao Yan's brows were tightly knit together. He did not know how to choose in his heart. Once he made the wrong choice, it was extremely likely that it would result in an irreversible outcome. He could not afford to make a mistake. However, under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, these 5 streets did not have any unusual energy ripples. In other words, if he wanted to accurately find the hall where the Douqi inheritance was located, other than relying on his intuition and luck, there was no other possibility. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sank. Although the chances of making a mistake were very small, he could not afford to make any mistakes. However, the current situation was that other than relying on luck, there was nothing else he could do. There seemed to be a special restriction within this space. His spiritual strength was blocked when it spread to 1,000 feet around him. This also caused Xiao Yan to be unable to find the end of these 5 streets. The restriction of his spiritual strength caused Xiao Yan's heart to become even heavier. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's dark black eyes focused slightly. A weak spiritual ripple was transmitted from the storage ring. Immediately, Xiao Yan's spirit. Xiao Xian's soul. At this moment, the unusual spiritual fluctuation had spread out from this place. Buzz, just as Xiao Yan was overjoyed, Xiao Xian's soul in the jade bottle once again emitted an extremely weak spiritual ripple. From the looks of it, it seemed to be attracted by something. It was not difficult to guess that in this ancient tomb, the only things that could attract Xiao Xian's spiritual strength should be esteemed Tianju's spiritual origin energy and the returnance technique. Although the spiritual ripple emitted from Xiao Yan's soul was extremely weak, he was still able to accurately capture it with his powerful spiritual strength as a rank 4 alchemist. Xiao Yan followed the direction in which the thread of spiritual ripple was spreading and looked over. Very quickly, he confirmed 3 streets. Instantly, a joyous smile appeared on Xiao Yan's solemn face a moment ago. Forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened as he looked at the 3 streets. As if on purpose, the 3 streets that led to the halls were the streets on the left, right, and center. As for the 2 streets in the center, they were fake. After finding the exact location of the 3 halls, Xiao Yan pondered for a moment, then turned around and chose the street on the left. In order to avoid those who decisively chose to barge in, Xiao Yan felt that it was safer to take the side streets. Since he had already chosen the direction, Xiao Yan's figure quickly disappeared. After a while, Qin Zhen and the others arrived. Faced with 5 different paths, the few people who arrived one after another hesitated. Being unaware of the truth, they had even more misgivings in their hearts than Xiao Yan. The result was just as Xiao Yan had expected. Most people decisively chose to go all the way to the end. Only a small number of people chose the other paths. However, the fortunate thing was that no one was interested in the path that Xiao Yan was on. Until a certain moment, a group of people led by a young man arrived at the fork in the road. Young master, Xiao Yan has removed his aura. This subordinate is unable to determine where he has gone. The white-robed old man beside the young man frowned. Finally, he helplessly opened his mouth. Ah, since I have come to look for you, I have naturally thought of this. The young man smiled indifferently when he heard this. He extended his hand and the storage ring on his finger flickered. Immediately, a green-colored jade tablet appeared in the young man's hand. If Xiao Yan was present at this moment, he would definitely be able to recognize that this green-colored jade tablet was a Qi Hanyu. According to what he knew, other than Leng Bingshuang, only Murong Qianqian and himself possessed this thing. Qi Hanyu appeared in the young man's hand. The young man poured some dou qi into his palm. Soon after, an unknown energy ripple immediately spread from it. The young man's eyes followed it and looked over. At a glance, he identified the street on the left. That was also the direction where Xiao Yan was located. Humph, give chase. Today, I want to see just how capable you are. The young man let out a cold cry. The group of people beside him immediately flew swiftly toward the street on the left. The young man ceased hesitating. His body moved and he quickly followed. An hour later, Xiao Yan's forward-flying body finally came to a stop. At this moment, an ancient hall with a tightly shut stone door appeared in front of him. There was no need to think too much. This was definitely the place where the Douqi inheritance of Tianju was sealed. However, compared to this, Xiao Yan was more curious about whether the spiritual essence strength and the return to source skill would also exist in this place. Xiao Yan's body moved as this thought flashed across his heart. The sky extinction step was unleashed on the empty ground in front of this large hall. Soon after, the tightly shut stone door in front of him appeared to have sensed something. It slowly opened in front of Xiao Yan's fiery hot gaze, calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 937. The stone door of the large hall slowly opened and Xiao Yan's field of vision gradually expanded. When the stone door was completely opened, what appeared in front of Xiao Yan was an enormous empty palace. The interior of the palace was extremely large and spacious. Only in the deepest part of the large palace was one able to see an enormous stone chair. It was perfectly fitted to the wall behind it. At a glance, it appeared as though the original wall had been chiseled away and the chair had been carved from it. It was not difficult to imagine that the stone chair was the seat of the owner of this tomb, Tianju. However, at this moment, there was not a speck of dust on the stone chair and not a single person could be seen. Even Tianju's skeleton was nowhere to be seen. From the looks of it, Tianju's skeleton did not exist here. Xiao Yan was not concerned about this. He was only curious about Tianju's spiritual source strength and the Guiyuan art. That was all. After taking a few steps into the large hall, Xiao Yan immediately saw a huge energy cluster floating at the center of the large hall. Xiao Yan's intervention caused the originally motionless cluster of light to emit some energy ripples. Hum hum hum, a slight buzzing sound was emitted and a majestic energy aura swept out from the energy cluster of light and blasted toward Xiao Yan. Although this energy aura appeared weak, when it was blasted out, even with Xiao Yan's mental strength, the expression on his face could not help but change. Although this aura could not be considered strong, its strength was something that even Xiao Yan could not underestimate. Xiao Yan raised both of his arms and the dou qi in his body swiftly surged. Soon after, he blocked the energy aura with some difficulty. At the moment when he blocked it, Xiao Yan could not help but take half a step back. From this, one could see just how strong this aura was. Is it a dou qi inheritance? Since that is the case, where is Tianju's spiritual source strength? Xiao Yan muttered to himself as he scanned the entire hall with his eyes. However, even after scanning the entire hall, he was unable to find any power related to the soul, let alone the returnance art. Is it not here? Immediately, a suspicious thought surfaced in Xiao Yan's mind. If the spiritual source energy and the origin returning art were not here, where would they be? Could it be in the other two halls? If esteemed Lord Tianju's idea was to let the fated obtain it, then it was not impossible. However, if that was the case, then wouldn't esteemed Lord Tianju's soul source and the origin returning technique fall into the hands of others? Not good, I have to return immediately. Shocked, Xiao Yan ignored the battle qi inheritance in front of him and turned around, intending to leave this place. However, in the next moment, the instant Xiao Yan turned around, a group of people dressed in long white robes swiftly poured in from the entrance of the hall behind him. The two thick stone doors were also tightly shut after these people entered. For some unknown reason, Xiao Yan's heart suddenly sank. At the same time, he raised his eyes and looked at the group of people in front of him. The person leading them was actually a young man who was slightly older than him. At this moment, when Xiao Yan looked at the young man, the latter was also staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. Even the eyes of the group of people behind him were similarly ice-cold. Seeing this, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The corner of his eyes glanced at the dou qi inheritance in the hall behind him. After which, he looked at the group of people in front of him and said in a deep voice, "The few of you, I can give you the dou qi inheritance in this hall. However, I want to leave this place now. I wonder if you can make it convenient for me." While speaking, Xiao Yan's gaze landed on the young man who was leading the group. His gaze stared intently at the latter. He could tell that the one who was truly in charge of this group was this young man. Hence, whether he could get these people to make way and leave this place depended on this young man's decision. "You are Xiao Yan." Although the young man had already confirmed the latter's identity, he still could not help but ask. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart sank. These people were indeed targeting him. However, he had only just met them at this moment. Moreover, the other party could not even completely confirm his identity. He had never met them before this. How could he have any enmity with them? Answer my question. The young man's voice sank as he cried out with a frown. Faced with this unprovoked hostility, Xiao Yan also felt some anger in his heart. He was currently in a hurry to leave. Where would he find the time to delay with them? Immediately, his voice sank as he similarly cried out in a low voice, "I am Xiao Yan. However, this seems to be the first time that I have met all of you. If there is nothing else, I hope that all of you can move aside. I can allow all of you to take away the dou qi inheritance in this hall." Since you admit that you are Xiao Yan, then, attack. Beat him up. Teach him a good lesson. However, the young man did not act as Xiao Yan had imagined. After confirming the identity of the person in front of him, the young man waved his arm and pointed his delicate finger at Xiao Yan. At the same time, a stern cry was emitted from his mouth. The dou qi in his body surged. The group of people behind him also charged toward Xiao Yan. The group of 13 people included 2 9-star dou di, 4 8-star dou di, and 6 7-star dou di. As for the young man, perhaps it was because he was wearing some kind of special accessory, but Xiao Yan was unable to confirm the latter's cultivation before exchanging blows with him. If it was an ordinary time, Xiao Yan would definitely withdraw as much as he could when faced with 13 high-class dou di at the same time. However, the current situation left Xiao Yan with no way out. If he wanted to leave this place, not only could he not retreat, but he also needed to finish off this group of people in front of him within a short period of time. With a flick of his finger, a purple-gold glow immediately appeared beside him. The Northern King, whose strength had just broken through to the intermediate 9-star dou di level, had met with a tough battle at this moment. I still have something to do. Let's end this quickly. With a low cry, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. The dou qi in his body surged. His body and the Northern King by his side shot out explosively at the same time. They went all out and met the 13 elite dou di head-on. Although these people were already aware of Xiao Yan's cultivation level, they did not see the scene of Xiao Yan killing Jian Ming with a punch despite having seen the Northern King swallow the lightning dragon and leaping to become a 9-star dou di. Hence, this group of 13 high-class dou di still knew that Xiao Yan's fighting strength was that of a 6-star dou di. This would definitely give them a great surprise. Chapter 938. What shameless boasting! Even if this puppet of yours has the strength of a 9-star dou di, you are overestimating its strength if you wish to deal with us. A white-robed old man from the group of elite dou di immediately laughed coldly when he heard the words that were emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. At the same time, his body shook and the speed at which he charged forward immediately became even faster. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. The other 9-star dou di flew and blocked in front of the Northern King. His sharp attacks smashed toward the latter. They did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in the face of a 9-star dou di puppet. Xiao Yan looked at the old man who was being soaked in hot water. A feeling of doubt involuntarily rose in his heart. At such a close distance, he was able to clearly sense the repulsion and enmity in the latter's eyes. However, that kind of enmity seemed to be far from the point of wanting to get rid of him. In other words, it was just as the young man had said. Their aim was really to teach him a lesson and not to kill him. Xiao Yan involuntarily felt even more surprised when he thought of this in his heart. Brat, you dare to be distracted when facing a 9-star dou di. Are you seeking death? The old man cried out sternly. His raised hand suddenly smashed down toward Xiao Yan. Powerful dou qi carried circular invisible ripples in the surrounding empty space. It was about to land on Xiao Yan's shoulder. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's body suddenly twisted. The shriveled hand of the old man brushed past Xiao Yan's shoulder and quietly turned a corner of his black robe into pieces. Why is this brat's speed? The old man's heart was startled. At such a close distance, even he would have difficulty dodging. However, Xiao Yan in front of him was actually able to do it so easily. This really caused him to be shocked. However, the thing that caused him to be even more shocked was yet to come. Bang! Just as the old man was feeling shocked by Xiao Yan's reaction speed, Xiao Yan's hand had unknowingly landed on his shoulder. Soon after, an enormous force surged out from Xiao Yan's palm. With just one strike, the old man's body was forced back. At the same time, Xiao Yan's other hand was also raised. His body twisted left and right, dodging the attacks of the few elite dou di. After which, both of his palms were extended. Either a punch or a palm, he forced the 10 elite dou di that were charging toward him. Were forced back. 10 high-class dou di. This kind of lineup could be considered a top-notch lineup in the outside world. They were existences that could do whatever they wanted in the entire western region. However, at this moment, they were unable to even block a single punch in Xiao Yan's hands. Under the situation where the Force Elephant's skill and Do Chi were used together, Xiao Yan's fighting strength was already not inferior to a 9-star Do Di. His frightening physical body, which far exceeded that of an ordinary person, caused each of his punches to be filled with strength. Unless it was a 9-star Do Di, any elite Do Di below that level was destined to be unable to withstand a single punch from Xiao Yan. As for the old man from earlier, if he had not underestimated Xiao Yan's fighting strength, he would not have ended up being forced back by Xiao Yan with just one strike. Unfortunately, his absolute confidence in himself and the disdain he felt for Xiao Yan from the bottom of his heart caused him to pay the price. At the same time, the 9-star Do Di, who was fighting with the Northern King in the battleground on the other side, had an ashen expression on his old face at this moment. The muscles on the corner of his mouth twitched repeatedly. He did not expect that this puppet in front of him would be so frightening. Even with his strength as an intermediate 9-star Do Di, he was not able to gain the slightest advantage in a fight with it. Instead, he was shocked to discover that the strength of the Northern King was increasing with each collision. It seemed to be showing signs of breaking through to the advanced 9-star Do Di class. Damn it, isn't this thing a little too monstrous? Old ghost, what are all of you doing? Quickly, that brat, the old man let out a soft curse in his mouth. He had just turned his head and looked in the direction where Xiao Yan was at when the curse that had yet to leave his mouth was immediately shocked by Xiao Yan's frightening fighting strength. Even his repeatedly dodging body could not help but become slightly sluggish. The Northern King caught this moment of distraction. By the time the old man recovered from his shock, the Northern King's fist had violently smashed into the old man's chest. Bang! The old man's face paled after a low and deep thump sounded. A trace of blood involuntarily flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His body also flew back involuntarily. Soon after, he was stopped by the old man. After confirming that his injuries were not serious, all of them turned their solemn eyes to the Northern King. Xiao Yan had sent a 7-star Do Di flying with a palm in midair. After which, he withdrew his gaze. His eyes turned and landed on the white-robed, young man. The expression on his face had also recovered its calmness. I won't kill them. Now, you should move aside. Xiao Yan's tone was calm. However, it was not difficult to hear the trace of impatience contained within it. His heart was still concerned about the spiritual essence strength and the return to source skill. He really did not wish to stay any longer. The young man's face involuntarily revealed a solemn expression when he heard this. However, he did not move aside. Instead, he raised his arm and extended his hand toward Xiao Yan. Immediately, his 5 fingers slowly clenched tightly. His body suddenly disappeared from the spot the moment his hand clenched into a fist. The next time he appeared, he was already in front of Xiao Yan. A fist violently smashed toward the latter's face. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened. He involuntarily felt a shock in his heart. This white-clothed, fluttering young man was actually a 9-star Do Di. Such speed could be considered one of the best among most 9-star Do Di. However, the person he was facing was Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan raised his hand the moment the young man's body appeared. He flipped his hand and blocked the young man's punch. Soon after, he rotated his wrist and it landed on the latter's left shoulder. Bang! However, the young man's body emitted a bang the moment Xiao Yan's hand landed. It turned into fog and swiftly disappeared. Huh! Xiao Yan's heart was slightly startled. He could not help but feel surprised. The young man's speed was actually so fast that even he was unable to catch him. It should be known that under the cover of a powerful spiritual strength, it was impossible for the young man to completely dodge regardless of how fast he was. However, at that moment, the latter's aura had completely disappeared from Xiao Yan's spiritual strength detection. In other words, the reason why the young man was able to dodge his attack was not because of his speed. Instead, it was because, Great Way energy It is really surprising. Great Way energy. Xiao Yan immediately guessed that other than his void Great Way, there was another Great Way energy that could display such shocking speed. It was the Great Way of Wind. Soon after, just as Xiao Yan discovered the great way energy that the young man had used, a palm suddenly landed on Xiao Yan's back. Soon after, a powerful force suddenly gushed out. Chi, this time around, it was the young man's turn to miss. What? You are not the only one who can control the great way energy. A faint voice sounded beside the young man's ear. At the same time, an icy cold palm landed on the young man's neck. Chapter 939. Everything that happened in the hall seemed to take a long time to describe. However, in reality, the battle only lasted for a few minutes. In order to resolve the problem in front of him as soon as possible, Xiao Yan did not hold back at all this time. Other than the fact that his injuries were not fatal, his attack speed and strength could be described as terrifying to the people in front of him. In front of the tightly shut stone door, Xiao Yan's hand grabbed the young man's neck from behind. Fighting chi gathered in his palm. Even though he did not plan to kill this guy, he did not mind killing him if the latter dared to do anything excessive. After all, he already had many enemies. There was no harm in adding one more. The power of the Great Way. I did not expect you to be able to control the power of the Great Way. However, do you think that you can control me just like that? Being controlled by Xiao Yan, the young man laughed coldly. With a thought, he wanted to use the power of the Great Way to escape from Xiao Yan's hand. Swoosh! After escaping from Xiao Yan's hand, the young man's face was cold. He flew backwards and immediately stood in the void not far away from Xiao Yan. He looked at Xiao Yan with a cold smile and said coldly, Up until now, no one has been able to truly control me. Even if you can place your hand on my neck, you can't. Oh. Is that so? Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled mockingly. There was an inexplicable meaning in his words. What do you mean? The young man's face sank. He had a bad feeling. However, looking at the situation before him, his worries were unnecessary. Haven't you noticed that you are still surrounded by my power of the Great Way since the beginning? What did you say? Xiao Yan smiled faintly. However, the young man's expression changed drastically in an instant. He turned his gaze. At the same time, 6 tents appeared in the void around him. They quickly gathered and surrounded the young man. Under Xiao Yan's control, the young man returned to Xiao Yan under the control of the Great Way of the Void. Damn it, what time is this? The young man was shocked. He frantically mobilized the power of the Great Path in an attempt to break free from the control of the 6 tents. However, he was not so lucky every time. Under the control of Xiao Yan's Great Way of the Void, the Great Way's strength that he could control was not enough to allow him to escape. His continuous struggle would only cause the 6 tents that were tightly wrapped around his body to become even more restrained, causing him even greater pain. I think you should save your strength. Even if you have also grasped the power of the Great Way, from your appearance earlier, you should have only comprehended it not long ago. I think your Great Way of Wind can only be used 6 times at most. With just that, you are unable to break free from my Great Way of Void. Xiao Yan said with a smile when he saw the young man trying to resist. What? The Great Tao of Void? You have comprehended the Great Tao of Void. The young man originally thought that Xiao Yan could guess that he had only comprehended the power of the Great Way for a short period of time. This was already shocking enough, but when he heard that the Great Way that Xiao Yan controlled was the Great Way of the Void, the shock in his heart grew even more. The power of the Great Way was the most difficult power to control in the world. It was far more powerful than Battle Chi and Genesis Chi and couldn't be tolerated by the human body. Among all the different attributes of the Great Way of the world, the Great Way of the Void was ranked at the forefront. The Great Way of the Void was far more powerful than the Great Way of Wind. Whether it was in terms of power or speed, the Great Way of the Void could be said to be crushing. At this moment, the young man finally understood why the Great Way of the Great Way that he was so proud of was so useless in front of Xiao Yan. On the other side, the 2 elders and the injured Do Di hurriedly surrounded Xiao Yan when they saw that their young master was being controlled by Xiao Yan. As for the North King, he returned to Xiao Yan's side under his control. His empty eyes constantly scanned the surrounding people, and the murderous aura that seeped out from his body made everyone shudder. Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily brightened as his gaze swept across the North King's body. From the flickering black lightning on the North King's body, it could be seen that the lightning power accumulated in his body was rapidly being refined and absorbed. Perhaps it was because of the battle earlier, but the speed at which the lightning was being refined and integrated in the North King's body had increased significantly. This made Xiao Yan pleasantly surprised. Although Xiao Yan had yet to find the spiritual essence strength and the origin returning skill, this was quite a good piece of news for him. Kid, we have indeed underestimated your strength. However, I still have to tell you that he is someone you cannot kill. If you kill him, you will definitely regret it. The white-robed elder, who had attacked Xiao Yan earlier, stared at Xiao Yan with a grave expression and spoke in an extremely low voice after stopping the few people beside him who could not resist attacking. Xiao Yan merely smiled in a noncommittal manner when he heard this. He had really heard too many of such words. He had also done a countless number of things that went against this result. Hence, Xiao Yan did not pay any heed to the old man's threatening words. Of course, he would not really kill the young man because of this. It was just as he had suspected in his heart. Although this group of people had enmity toward him, it was not to the extent that they had to kill him. Hence, rather than killing them, Xiao Yan was more curious as to why this group of people had attacked him. I do not know whether I will regret it if I kill him. However, I am certain that if you do not tell me who you are and why you have come to find trouble with me, he will definitely die. Xiao Yan's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the elder in front of him. His expression contained a stern expression. When the latter heard these words, he stared at him with a gloomy expression. It was a long while later before he opened his mouth and spoke in a low voice. Brat, do you still remember Murong Qianqian? The expression on Xiao Yan's face instantly stilled when the elder's words left his mouth. At the same time, his mind involuntarily recalled the exquisite young lady whom he had met when he had first entered the Shilin mountain range. After these years, it was likely that the latter had already grown to become increasingly slim and elegant. Qianqian ha. I wonder how that girl has been all these years. Xiao Yan muttered softly in his mouth. His heart involuntarily felt some regret at how quickly time had passed. However, what does this matter have to do with Qianqian? Xiao Yan frowned. The dou qi in his body involuntarily began to circulate. If this matter was disadvantageous to Murong Qianqian, he would immediately make a move and kill everyone present. The one who is currently being restrained by you is called Murong Xian. He is Miss Qianqian's blood brother. Chapter 940. As he absent-mindedly stared at the city below, Xiao Yan's figure rapidly dashed through the streets. His heart was in a mess. Just now, after hearing Murong Xian's general description, he finally understood why the latter had attacked him. A few years ago, ever since Murong Qianqian had been brought back to the clan by her fourth uncle, Murong Hao, that girl had been depressed all day long. She seemed to have something on her mind and was no longer as lively as before. If it was in the past, such a quiet girl would definitely make her father and brother feel gratified. After all, Murong Qianqian was someone who could not stay idle. Even in the clan, other than her father and brother, everyone else would be somewhat afraid of her when they saw her. However, after returning to the clan this time, Murong Qianqian suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. This caused her father and brother to involuntarily feel worried. This kind of situation continued for over a couple of months. In the end, Murong Qianqian, who did not like to train, for some unknown reason, shut herself into the training room specially provided by the clan. She stayed there for a couple of years. Not long ago, Murong Qianqian finally exited from her long seclusion. Soon after, however, before her brother and father could relax, this girl had disappeared in the blink of an eye. This time, even the clan elders were unable to discover any traces of the latter's disappearance. Only now did her fourth uncle, Murong Hao, inform the father and son about Xiao Yan's matter. At the same time that the two of them were shocked, they hurriedly dispatched people to search for Murong Qianqian. Murong Xian's group was here to search for Murong Qianqian. Even their trip to the ancient tomb this time around, other than searching for Xiao Yan, was also to search for Murong Qianqian. However, they only realized that the girl did not appear to be here when they arrived. In this way, Xiao Yan had also become their target. Unfortunately, they had truly underestimated Xiao Yan's strength. Due to their carelessness, they had been so easily dealt with by Xiao Yan. If it was not for the fact that both parties had no intention to kill, Murong Xian's group would have already turned into a pile of corpses. After hearing this news, Xiao Yan left the hall with a heart full of melancholy. He decided to look for Murong Qianqian after this trip to the ancient tomb. However, before that, he still needed to find esteemed Tianju's soul source energy and the other scroll of the origin returning technique. Very quickly, Xiao Yan once again arrived in front of the 5 forked roads. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan directly charged into the middle of the street. Whether or not he could find those two things would depend on this time. At the same time, in another hall, many figures were standing in a disorderly manner. They glanced at each other vigilantly, and no one dared to act rashly. In the center of the crowd, a huge ball of energy was floating slowly. When everyone looked at this ball of energy, their eyes were filled with greed. It seems that there is nothing else in this hall. This Do Qi inheritance should be the precious treasure left behind by Tianju. Hehe, if we can devour and refine the Do Qi inheritance of an origin transformation expert, won't we be able to create a supreme expert out of thin air? How ignorant. What origin transformation expert? Esteemed Tianju was a true returnance expert when he was at the peak of his cultivation. It was only after reaching returnance that he chose to seclude himself. After that, he completely vanished from the continent. You bunch of unambitious people actually believe that he was an origin transformation expert. How foolish. Although Qinzhen's words were filled with disdain, they did not cause any commotion when they reached the ears of the surrounding people. Instead, a wave of shock swept through the crowd. Returnance. Did the esteemed Tianju actually become a returnance expert in the past? Voices that were filled with shock swiftly spread throughout the large hall. Qinzhen's words caused the originally fiery hot gazes of these people to become even hotter at this moment. The flame of greed in their hearts became even more intense. Numerous gazes were filled with an endless longing when they looked at the Do Qi inheritance in the square. If they could obtain the Do Qi inheritance of a returnance expert and successfully devour and refine it, would that not mean that the Western region would have a very high chance of gaining another origin transformation expert in the near future by borrowing the power of the Do Qi inheritance? They would become one of the candidates. Swish. Under the urging of one's greedy heart, there would always be someone who would be unable to resist and act first. As expected, a moment later, a yellow-robed old man suddenly charged out from a certain spot in the crowd. He used a lightning-like speed to fly toward the Do Qi inheritance. However, the hunter would shoot the bird that took the lead. The appearance of the old man had caused him to instantly become the target of everyone present. In the blink of an eye, a 7-star Do Di had been killed by the combined attacks of everyone present. At this moment, the battle in the hall began. Boom! Boom! Intense explosions continuously resounded within the hall as human figures flew about. From time to time, experts would be forcefully sent flying from the crowd. There were even some who were attacked by many people at the same time and turned into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye. Bright red blood quickly covered the floor of the hall. In the end, other than the few factions and the people from the 3 great sects, there were only a few powerful individual cultivators left in this large hall. They were still unwilling to stay in this place. Among them, the ones who had retained the most strength were naturally the Divine Refining Sect and the Battle Marshal Sect. As for Yi Luotian's side, the people behind him had scattered during the battle. The robes that covered their bodies had already fallen to the ground. From the looks of it, it was extremely likely that they had died in the battle earlier. How is it? Do you still plan on fighting with us? At this moment, Chen Zhen and Wu Jitian stood side by side. The two of them did not attack each other because there was only one Doqi inheritance present. Instead, they worked together with great teamwork to keep the others at bay. Although the Doqi inheritance appeared extremely powerful, they could still tell that the power within the inheritance was not as great as they had imagined it to be. Just like what they had said before, Tianju was a returnance expert. His cultivation could be said to be the greatest in the history of the Western region, yet the power within the Doqi inheritance was nowhere near the level they had hoped for. When they thought of the 5 paths from before, the two sect leaders immediately understood that it was extremely likely that there was more than one Doqi inheritance. In order to maximize their benefits, working together had become an extremely good choice for them. When the remaining factions heard Qinzhen's words, the greed in their hearts immediately diminished by more than half. In terms of individual strength, they might be able to barely match up to the two people in front of them. However, if they were to join forces, they would no longer have any hope. As for working together like Qinzhen and Wu Jitian, it was even more impossible for the organizations present to do so. There was a difference in strength between them to a certain extent. They did not trust each other in the first place, so the outcome of working together was obvious. As a result, the organizations chose to retreat in the end rather than wasting their efforts. Qinzhen and Wu Jitian exchanged glances with each other as they watched the few factions gradually withdraw. A satisfied smile surfaced on the corner of their mouths. Immediately, they turned their eyes and looked at the Doqi inheritance behind them. Sect leader Wu, as long as we practice, I believe that there are not many organizations in this ancient tomb that can rival us. Qinzhen smiled with a golden light in his eyes. His words were filled with arrogance. As a 9-star Do-D and a Class 4 formation master, his strength was enough to allow him to stand at the top among experts of the same level. Wu Jitian's forte was his physical strength. With the two of them working together, one attacking and the other defending, they were undoubtedly the best combination. Qinzhen, I advise you not to be too careless. The background of Qin Yun in this group is frighteningly strong. Even you and I cannot easily become enemies with him. Wu Jitian wore a solemn expression as he shook his head when he heard Qinzhen's words. Although he appeared to be well-developed, he was definitely not a simple-minded person. Anyone who dared to underestimate him would likely have to pay a hefty price. So what if his father is at the origin transformation stage? As long as we obtain these Doqi inheritances, we will also be able to advance to the origin transformation stage. At that time, the Western region will no longer be a place where his Qin wasteland Maze Valley can do whatever he wants. Qinzhen laughed coldly. His smile appeared extremely ferocious. Even Wu Jitian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Additionally, we have no way of dealing with the most troublesome person. The person Wu Jitian was referring to was naturally Xiao Yan. With the lightning punishment oath as a check, they were not allowed to attack Xiao Yan as long as they were within the ancient tomb. Otherwise, they would definitely be punished by the lightning punishment oath. That kind of power was something that even they would feel terrified of. As long as they were within the ancient tomb, it would feel as if there was a thorn above their heads at all times, watching their every move. This caused them to feel extremely uncomfortable. Once we leave this place, we will definitely make him pay the price in blood. Qinzhen cursed with a dark and cold expression. However, a moment later, a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared behind the two of them. Leave. In my opinion, this place is rather suitable to be your tomb. So, stay here. When the figure appeared, a hoarse voice that was as cold as the water of hell suddenly sounded beside the two of them. At almost the same time, the disciples around the two of them suddenly let out miserable cries. Soon after, the sound of bodies falling to the ground could be heard. In the blink of an eye, the 20 people from the two sects had all been killed. A moment later, when Qinzhen and Wu Jitian hurriedly regained their senses and retreated, they saw with disbelief that the figure that had appeared behind them was actually Yi Luotian.